Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's all right. And let's put this like this a little more, and have the a little bit of visibility of the radios in the background. So the ICOM is on Voice of America 15580 with a decent signal. And the Yesu is on Super Bowl Channel 6, 27025, with a lot of activity today on 11 meters and 10 meters also. It's that time when all of these frequencies, higher frequencies, are actually getting back with a lot of activity for the winter time. So it's pretty cool. And everything seems okay. Checking out everything here. I'm going to open my standard pages here on the laptop. So I have a look at EIBI space for any stations we want to see. We'll have a look at, even though it's early, to the HF Underground for Pirates. And we'll take a look at Priam for any type of number station activity. If anything happens right now, is there something at 20? Just going to check it out. Yeah, you guys in Europe at 20 had the 5737 E11, which is the English language number station. For the rest, 11635 Cuban numbers in an hour's time. Sorry. So here we go. And let's start this up. So welcome, everyone. This is the live show, which usually happens on Saturday, but today is exceptionally on a Sunday, which kind of reminds me of the WCBS special we had, which was kind of a sad moment. So the reason we are on Sunday today is because yesterday was the Ukrainian festival here in Montreal, which I never want to miss. I always want to go to the Ukrainian festival and eat some of the great food, the pierogies and the borscht soup and all of that. So unfortunately, it ended up a little sad because rain kicked in late in the afternoon. So we was rained out for most of the evening. Which is sad because it was supposed to. If it would have been nice, I would have had a few Ukrainian beers with my nephew and watched the show, which is always interesting. And there were some great bands there. But unfortunately, got rained out, so just stayed home and did a few things that I needed to complete. And well, nice to have all of you here today, Sunday instead of Saturday. Of course, next month we'll be back on Saturday. Next month is going to be Saturday, the 5th of October. So incredible. We're already in September. Nice to have all of you here. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And we just have a lot of fun with radio, talk about radio, answer questions, and whatever happens. I've been playing around with a lot of radios, including the famous Texun S2200X, which is pretty cool. And of course, we'll be here to talk about stuff. There's a couple of things I wanted to talk about that are coming up, including one from Pop Shop Radio. For those that have ever listened to Pop Shop Radio, I'm going to talk about it not long from now. I'm going to wait for a little more people to be there, so more people actually know about it. A special broadcast from Pop Shop Radio coming up from Wolverton, UK transmitter site. So this is going to be interesting. If you want to chat with people, there's a beautiful chat room, and it's really a lot of fun. Great people that are the best people in the world, I think. That's pretty much what we have. And of course, after that, there's the Facebook group, official SWL channel Facebook group, which is also a place where you can exchange and have a lot of fun. Lots of people participating every day, sharing what they're listening to, and so on. So it's really cool. And of course, we are live once a month on the first Saturday at 20 hours UTC. Somebody asked me if I will be doing some kind of Halloween special. It's always something that people are looking forward to. I haven't decided yet, but yeah, maybe. I know that Halloween night I like to go out and see the decorations. Now we have a few things in the past few years that have popped up, which are haunted alleys. So there's a few places around the city that and around here that actually have alleys that are haunted and that have all sorts of decorations and all sorts of things that are for like last year there was one that was kind of cold. It was cold last year, I remember, and one of the alleys there's a group that had made a big pot of like chicken noodle soup, and so all you had to do was just ask. They would give you one little cup of chicken noodle soup, which kind of was cool because it was cold and the soup was hot. So anyways, we'll see for the Halloween special. It's still have time to think about it, and hope that everybody will enjoy the show today. Remember, you can help out. There's the super chat in the chat room that you can use to send a little donation if you wish. If you don't use that, you can of course go through PayPal. PayPal donation goes through the email address that I will post now. And this, of course, helps me continue what I do, continue posting videos, doing radio reviews, and it's a lot of fun. So thanks for all of you donating. And of course, every donation equals participation to the Zoom meeting. Now, the Zoom meeting this month was to be planned on Saturday, the 21st, but that will actually coincide with the Canadian International DX Club Zoom meeting. So I've decided to push it to Sunday, the 22nd. So the Zoom meeting for all of those that have given a donation will be on September 22nd this month. And so hope to see you there. Zoom meetings are very different because of the platform itself, where we could see each other, which is a lot of fun. So thanks for all those that donated already. And if you wish to donate for today or in the coming weeks before, make sure that I have your email so that I can actually send you a link that will be a few days before for the special Zoom that will be on that Sunday, September the 22nd. Okay, so we have in the chat room Craig. Nice to have you here from Oxford County, Ontario, Canada. We have Bobby Burgess, WA5107 SWL, Morgan City, Louisiana, Master Players Radio and Television. We have Rob's radio channel. Nice to have you on board, my friend. Paul in Vermont, AA1SU from Northern Vermont, VT Radio. L. Robertson, nice to have you here from Fort Eisenhower, Georgia. Richard, nice to have you here from Albany, New York, WA2157 SWL. We have 54 Cal. Nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. What do we have? Let's go down. Tristan, nice to have you here from Newfoundland. John, nice to have you here from Colonial Heights, Virginia, WPE4KNC. Rob says, hard to believe it's dark here tonight at 9. Well, here the sun now sets at 7, I believe it's 7:15 p.m. now. At the height of summer in June, the sun sets at about 9 p.m. in Montreal. Now we're at 7:15. It shows. I mean, we definitely see that the night is getting darker earlier. It also shows in propagation. I don't know if you guys that tune a lot about around the bands, you all have noticed that there's definitely a change in propagation of signals of all sorts. Even though Radio New Zealand's still coming in quite well, it comes in later at night here. It's, the typical slowly going towards winter propagation, which, changes the patterns. There's a lot of Asian signals. I noticed that especially 25, 22 meter band are full of stations from China around 22, 23 UTC, as slowly the Greyline will push towards from North America and push towards Asia. I've got a beer here, so cheers, everybody. So lots of fun, and even on amateur radio, lots of fun. I had a great time last week. Made a few videos actually on my personal Facebook page, where I actually went to 20 meters and started doing contacts on 20 meters at it was about 11 p.m. at night. SSB voice contact with the microphone. I thought it'd be fun to talk. FT8, it's okay, but FT8 gets easily, I easily get bored with FT8. So, when I want to have a little more excitement, I go to the SSB voice. And there was a lot of stations on 20 meters all night. I mean, that was, I guess, Sunday or Monday night, and started with contacts. I had a contact started with a contact from Finland, and then another from Lithuania at around 03 UTC. And I just kept getting stations after stations after stations, a lot of European countries, Russia, Ukraine. And what I know is, I'm thinking, well, I'm starting to feel tired. And I look at the clock, and it was 3 a.m., which is 7 hours UTC. And there are still tons of stations from Europe coming in. So I was like, wow, I'm having fun, but I'm going to go to bed now. So I had a lot of really, really cool. You see, propagation is great with the high solar activity. DX Winger, nice to have you here from Southeast Pennsylvania. Storms, Radios, and Cats, nice to have you here. 57 Steve, DX1, nice to have you here from Southeast Georgia. Rob's radio channel, looking into doing his radio amateur license soon. I need to look into it. Yeah, you should. A lot of people, I'll say it again, a lot of people don't feel the urge. I didn't feel the urge. But once I got the license and started making contacts, I thought, well, maybe I should have done this earlier. But still, it's, a great add to the hobby. You don't have to use it. It's just fun to have it at the least, and especially if you're an avid radio listener. So, it's pretty cool. Danny Shortwave says, greetings and hello from a sunny and mild Yonkers, New York. Some FT8 on 10 meters. Conditions are good today. Yeah, a lot of, I think it was last week, I did some FT8 on 10 throughout the day. There's a lot of European stations, and a lot of propagation was really good. I made a contact up to South Africa, actually. Our friend from Greece, Athens, Greece, nice to have you here, my friend. Brian Chapman, nice to have you on board. Love the show, been waiting all month. Cool, nice to have you here from Utah. What else do we have? Tassov, nice to have you on board. We have Brad, nice to have you here. N5LUL WA5192SWL. Tassov says just came back from the pizza shop, having a couple of New York slices of pizza. Cool, that's good. Always good. Pizza is never a problem. We have Princess Zoe, nice to have you here. Where are you located? Let us know. Bill Miranda, nice to have you here from Dallas, Texas. Rotten Animal from Toronto. Shelley, nice to have you here from South Central Pennsylvania, and good to have you on board. Bert, WF7I, Homebrew, nice to have you on board. Says just hit 100 countries on 10 meters, working a ton of DX via FT8 right now on 10 and 12. Great day for the bands. I like the challenges that come with different things, and one of them now is where I am is trying to get you know as many countries as possible on each bands. My main my main ham bands are really 20 meters and 30 meters and up for noise reasons, but not just noise. 30 meters and up, my antenna, my half wave infed actually resonates well there. Where it starts degrading and is 40 meters. In 40 meters, I have too much noise. So what happens is if I contact a station or try to contact stations, I might not hear the reply back. And that's where it starts getting ugly. 40 and 80, 40, 60, 80 is very bad for me. Too much noise here for that. And add to the fact that 40, 60, and 80, I start having some RF feedback in the shack, especially on 80. So I avoid pretty much all of those bands. I would need to see if I can set up some different or new antenna for that. But the good news with high solar activity, 30 and up, works well. I get lots of contacts and lots of stuff, so it's okay. Even though I'm not on all the bands, at least works well. It reminds me when I had the extra wire on my half wave infed that would do like a V antenna. And my ham transceiver actually could tune 160 meters. So that's what gave me, I don't know, I contacted at least 100, 150 stations on 160. So, at least I got some contacts on 160. 80 meters, an example of my high noise. 80 meters, I have, US contacts, Canadian contacts. I have no contacts with Europe. I see everybody here in Europe on FT8 80 meters. Well, to give you an idea of how strong the noise is, I don't hear any Europeans here, or almost none on 80. 40 is where I'm going to start hearing European stations. I think I got maybe a couple of contacts on 60 meters with Europe, but mostly 40. But really 30 and up is where my setup shines. So I stay pretty much in those bands. Steve Burnham, I see you have a CB Channel 6 Super Bowl. Yeah, on, and I own a Uniden Brickhead 980 SSB. Good afternoon. Yeah, I've got the SSB 980 SSB also here at the bottom. I don't think it's plugged in. Is it plugged in? Yeah, it is plugged in. It's not plugged in with an antenna, though. But I do have the 980 SSB right here. You probably recognize it right here, mixed in with the other radios. So I need to. Sometimes what I do is I plug it in. I got my CB antenna in the back, and plug it into that CB antenna, and do a night of CB radio. I'm surprised here. Channel 20 has tons of local CBers that are actually almost every night making contacts. And on Friday night, they've got the Howells net, which is a French net. So it's called Réseau des Hiboux. But they have their Howl net on Friday night. And I almost always tune in a little bit. I hear them really well on the Yesu. And so often I'll listen to them. They're all up north of Montreal, like, 20, 30, 40 miles away. Thank you, Rob, to Radio Channel, for the donation. Cheers, Greg. Princess Zoe, what radio are you using past few days? Cheers from Vancouver. So, past few days. If I had a big winner for the past few days, it's simple. Texun S2200X. Been one of my favorites lately. Really happy to have one, thanks to Anonco. Yeah, a little expensive for some, and not just that. I get the question all the time. Well, I got a Texun PL990 or H501, or is this worth it? Technically, no. There's been a little bit of improvements, but I mean, if you got a PL990 or H501, there's no reason to get that, unless you have money and you just want a radio. So I think it's more that radio at the price that it is doesn't offer that much more than lower. Somebody will tell me I got a Texun PL330. Yeah, well, it's a small package, but it does it all. It does, the only thing missing is airband. And apart from that, no S meter or things like that. It's, what is it, that big of a upgrade? No, it's not. And that's the thing. It's not. So it's more because you want to have a big radio. You want to have a big radio that has good audio, things like that. Want to have the airband with it too. But honestly, there's no justification that I can give you saying, yeah, that radio is worth it $372 compared to anything else. No, that's more up to you. You want to have it, and I think that's much more what people are doing. Those that are buying it, they just want to have it. It looks cool. It's a big radio, and they see it works well. But the radio you have probably is fine, and you don't need an expensive radio like that necessarily. We've got some excellent choices, below that are less expensive. Sasha, nice to have you here from North Carolina. Al, nice to have you on board. Says hi from a fall day like here in Seacliff, New York. Yeah, same here. It's very cool today. Actually, I have my long sleeve. It's barely, so on my weather station is 13 degrees Celsius. The temperature has not even budged more than that today. So it's like in the 50s. Pretty much. We're getting, 50s, close to 60 Fahrenheit. It's a cold day today. It's colder than it should be though, because at this time of year, so early September, we still should be in the 70s. But this week is supposed to get back up into 70s and even close to the 80 mark for the rest of the week. And for a while, I was looking at like the long-term September for Montreal. We should be in the mid 70s to upper 70s for the next couple of weeks at least. So I think we're going to have a very beautiful September, which is a month I love. I mean, it's, temperatures are more reasonable. It's fun to be outside. And the trees are starting to get some colors. The maple tree just here in the front starting to have a little bit of red and yellow in its leaves. 559 Texas Mobile, nice to have you here. Carrie, Finn, nice to have you on board. LB3AG 73s. Flight Static, nice to have you on board. Good excuse to buy more radios. Tetsuvi says, I was browsing the WWV frequencies on Friday night, and here's some pips on 10 megahertz. I was happy to find that it indeed was RWM Moscow signal picked up with my PL330 on 9997, a lower sideband. Yeah, that's usually the way I know it's there. When we use a bandwidth filter that's large enough, you often hear the little pips that interfere with the WWV broadcast, and then you move down, and sure, the RWM Moscow is there. On 10 also, be aware that you can hear a couple of other stations sometimes. Listen carefully. You might hear, there's a possibility that might hear the Brazilian time signal station on 10. It could be the China BPM station, and it could also be the Italian uh, time station on 10 megahertz, which is also broadcasting a little bit of music. So if you ever hear music on 10 with time pips, you might hear Italy. That's also one that might come in from time to time. Here, I used to hear Brazil, the Brazil time station regularly. 559 Texas Mobile says KI5WSD. It's fun being a ham operator. Yep, it is. Mad Radio DXer, nice to have you here. Good afternoon. PT Radio helped a disabled ham today. His dipole came down. Later, he needed lessons on how to use his radio again after being off for a while. It doesn't show, but I have found that radios are radios are complex today. We got to admit it. I see it all the time. People telling me, I bought a little portable. I bought a Texun PL330, but darn, there's so many functions and so many things on that. It's not like in the 80s or 70s, you'd buy a radio. Most of them were like very straightforward. It's like, there's an AM and lower and an SSB button and it's like, and a bandwidth button. Not much more. It's like today you've got these radios that are, I mean, if you talk about ham gear, I mean, when you look at all the functionalities and stuff you can play with on the Yaesu FTDX10, all I can say is ouch. There's a learning curve and there's a lot of learning on these radios. Especially on the Yaesu FTDX10, I immediately noticed when I got it that the basic setup that's default for Yaesu when you get it out of the box, it's not necessarily the best setup, and it's not necessarily giving you the best performance on transmit and receive. So you got to play with the settings. You got to play with all of that. It's a course. I've had a few requests, and I know I should be getting into it because I've got a few requests of people saying, could you do a kind of a Zoom? They told me they would pay for it, a Zoom lesson on how to set up and use the Yaesu FTDX10. Because they look at me operating and they say, well, you're operating, and I see that your operation and when I look at your radio, it seems to be pumping out more power than I on SSB voice, for example. And it seems like you tweaked the different features to have it really be the max that it could be. And so I get a lot of people, and if not just that, it's like going through the different functionalities of the radio, explaining what they do. I mean, these are complex. When you go to your ham course, you learn things, but one thing you don't learn, which is normal, because apart from the basic functionalities that are on all radios, you don't really learn how to use and set up the radio you have, because that's different from model to model. And that's why I guess there's we talk about brand. People are really into a specific brand, and they'll be buying just Icons or just Kenwoods or just Yaesu. And I understand why, because you see that all Icons operate relatively the same, whatever model you have. Learning curve isn't that big. Same for Yaesu and so on. So that's one of the big reasons, I think, also that people aren't moving on from one to the other. I do. I bought a Yaesu for a very simple reason. Never had a Yaesu before. Was my first reason. It's like, yeah, but I got an Icon ICR 8500 here, and I got a Kenwood R5000 here in the back. So I've dabbled with at least the receivers of Kenwood and the receivers of ICOM. I've never dabbled with the receivers of Yaesu. I did think also about my sister, which that was a ham and had a Yaesu FT. I think it was a FT 101 way back in the 80s. So I thought, yeah, maybe Yaesu, and then looking into buying the radio and which transceiver I'm going to buy, and it's expensive, so it's like, yeah, I'm going to buy one. I'm going to be with that radio for years. I ain't got the money to buy another one every year. So you end up with, well, we're going to choose what seems to be maybe the best. And in my case, the learning curve of anything is not that steep because I have a ability to learn pretty fast what radio is all about. And even then, I'm far from mastering all the features of this FTDX10. There's a lot of stuff I haven't played with yet, or very seldom play with, that I probably have or would have an advantage in knowing more about. So this is the way it is. These radios are complex beasts. So as you were saying, after a while, you forgot how to operate. I get to that point with some portables. I will not use. So a great example. I did not use the Quotacen for a few weeks. I was testing the Texun, S2200X. I didn't play with this for a couple of weeks, and I came to, I'm going to use it today, and I haven't had it for a long time, but I'd forgotten a few things about the operations because this has so many functions per key. Each key has 2-3 different things you can turn on and change, and I had forgotten a few how to operate a Quotacen. It's as simple as that. These things are complex, and if you don't use it every day, yeah, you forget stuff. So same when I get to the Kenwood or the ICOM right here, is when I turn them on, I'm surprised at how there's a little bit of a learning again because I haven't touched it in, say, 2 months. And there are a few things that I forgot how to operate that were natural before. Cool, Tassov. The Prelude 976. Nice to have you on board from South Georgia. New owner of the S2200X. Very pleased. Cool. Happy to know. It's a great radio, and it's a big radio, and it's a fun radio. I haven't had in the last few years, if you talk about having fun with a radio, I had a hard time really getting into the radio and making videos and stuff because I kind of lost a little bit the fun part of playing with a radio. The fun part of playing a radio came back, honestly, with the Quotacen. When I saw its FM performance and things that the radio is just great, the Quotacen kind of brought me back into fun of playing with the radio. This is cool. Then I got also the smart radios, the Shoyoung smart radios. The Shoyoung smart radio with internet and all of that are absolutely fun to play with. I gave out the negative side of things that they need to improve. Yet I have a hard time getting away from the Shoyoung radios. Going into the shortwave side, listening to Radio Romania, then there's no real interesting broadcast right now that I want to listen to. Hey, let's go to the smart radio side on the internet radio and listen to Radio Australia. See what the stream of Radio Australia sounds like, or BBC or anything. And that back and forth is very, very unique and interesting because it's something I never experienced. So that radio is definitely fun to play with. I saw a couple of comments today of owners, one saying, how fun is the Shoyang LC90? It's just great. I understand what he means, but I don't want to at the same time push it too much because it has flaws and it has things that you will have a radio. The radio will freeze sometimes on you when streaming. It doesn't happen often, but it happens, and when it happens, yeah, it can be frustrating. And so, I can't give it top grades, but at the same time, I enjoy playing with it, and I understand owners that say, well, it has flaws, but I'm happy. Okay, yeah, I totally get it too. One thing that I did learn about the LC90 Mini, because some of you might have kind of shied away from it because I talk about the 3 kilohertz off in frequency. Two people came back to me, and one actually posted a video that he sent me, and they don't have a radio that's off. So I wonder if mine is off. It has a flaw somehow, and it's off by 3, but they're not all like that, which also makes me think, does the LC90 have that problem? One of the units from time to time is off. I just wish that Shoyang, would have verified that before sending me the unit, because I can give it good grades with a radio that's 3 kilohertz off in shortwave. If it was not, well, it's a mini version of the LC90. It does pretty much the same thing. It's just a smaller version. And then, out of the blue, Texun decided to do the Texun S2200X. I was happy that after I asked, an OnCo sent me a free version, a free radio, which is really, really nice. I think somebody told me, well, I think you're doing great advertising for them because, they got out of stock real fast. But it's, I love it. The original, I hate it. Everybody knows the S2000, or AKA Ethon 750 Elite, AKA Grandic 750. I hate it like there's no tomorrow. It's really a bad radio for what it should be. But this one is a totally new radio. Yeah, it uses the same casing, uses the same box on the exterior, but boy, it's a very different radio. That also got me excited. So I found myself to even find that I'm privileged with all of this. Last week I had, you guys should have seen this. I'm a little crazy nuts radio sometimes, and we talked about it. I'll have 4, 5, 6 radios running and at the same time and doing things. Sometimes listening to the same signal, sometimes different signals on each. I should have took a picture and posted it on the Facebook group. There was the Texun S2200 running on Radio Romania, and I had the 2 Shoyang on Radio Romania. I had a quarter stand on Radio Romania, and I had the little XH Data D220 portable also on Radio Romania. And I suddenly realized while I was looking at the radios, man, in the 80s, you didn't have what you want. You had what you could afford. And you looked at all of these radios and, through magazines like Monitoring Times, Popular Communications, or sometimes, club bulletins. And you would be like, oh man, if I could only have, that. And then one day I got the Kenwood R5000, which was my main driver. And I mean, for a long time, my desire for new radios, it was there. I mean, let's be fair. It's always there. And some of you are like me. It's like there's always a desire for a new radio, even if you don't need it. That's the way it is. And I just looked at the radio and I'm like, look at that. All of these radios have been donated by the manufacturers for you to play with. Did you ever dream in the 80s that someday manufacturers would give you radios so you can play with it and, say what you think? And I came with this sense of, I don't know, accomplishment, or I don't know how to call it, that, you know, isn't this cool? The hobby you love and the radios that you all wanted in the past. Now it's like you've got a lot of them, and you get some given to you, and you have, financial means to buy some. It's isn't just so amazing moment. And I don't know. I came to realize that, yeah, yeah, I know. I'm. I guess it's just great to have all of that. KK4 TXB TV, nice to have you here, and thank you so much for the donation. And there will always be honest reviews here. I don't want, even though the radios, because that's the scary part. I was at first I was a little bit uneasy. I wasn't totally at ease of getting a free radio and talking about it. And then I thought, well, keep it fair and keep it with the reality of the radio. And I think it came to the point where, well, if you're giving a bad review of a radio and the manufacturer is not happy, well, they're just not going to send you another one. That's it. Shoyoung, I was hard on Shoyoung, but I had to be. I had to be fair on what's wrong with the radio and what's good with it. Even though I personally kind of enjoy the mix, I had to really, check out and just say, well, I got to say that as it is, because you guys are going to buy a radio based on what I say. And if you buy a radio that's bad because I didn't say it's bad, then I will feel bad. And you're going to come back at me and say, well, that radio isn't good. Why did you give it great marks or good grades? So this is to be always and forever the honest channel, the most honest place. Not like Farpoint Farm saying the best radio in the world without really testing anything. So, it's life. KW1161, nice to have you here from Tucson, Arizona. Bill Miranda says, last night about 3 UTC, I heard someone with Australian accent on 60 meter band reciting international broadcasts on different frequencies. First time I heard that. I was in dark with the XH Data D219. You might have, last night you heard, I know what you heard. You were on 4840. You heard WWCR's, they have a block of DX shows. And the first one is at 03. There's a 15-minute Ask WWCR. Then there's a 15-minute Australian DX report, which unfortunately is the same old Australian DX report every week. And if you've listened more, because he does have a very heavy Australian accent, and I'm sure that's what you heard from WWCR. And then at 0330, you would have heard the AWR Wavescan show, which is a show I like listening to. Richard Califano, I've been using the LC90 for a lot of shortwave listening, very close to my PL880. Will the next update be a big difference in things? They want it to be, so they are working on LC100. They are still wanting me at the last time they talked to test it before it ever comes out. The LC100 would apparently be, with all they've learned, the radio. So a smart radio with shortwave, with everything working well. But you know what? We're going to wait because for the LC90, what I'm very curious, and we're days from this release, the LC90 is going to get firmware 4.6. It promises to fix a lot of things. It promises to fix a lot of the smart radio internet freezing. It promises to fix a lot of other things. I've learned to use voice search, and I need to make a video about it. So I told you voice search was kind of useless. After playing around with it a lot, I've learned how to use it. It ain't great, but it did get the stations I want. I've learned that you've got, when you press that language button and the microphone appears on the display, you have to wait until the little level of sound is actually moving in the microphone. As long as it's not moving, it's not working. You got to wait. You just hold on to the button. Then when it does appear and work, dictate slowly what you want. So I asked it VOA. It gave me Voice of America. I asked it BBC World Service. It did give it to me. ABC Radio Australia. I got it. But it ain't working perfect all the time. So you might have to ask 2 times or 3 times. So it kind of works. You have to really pronounce slowly. And remember that you got to wait for that little meter, that little level of audio to be going up and down in the microphone before you start talking. And even when you stop talking, hold the language button at least 1 or 2 seconds. It's as if the radio is very slow in processing. So it's like you got to give it time to understand what you said. So, but that also is supposed to improve, and they're supposed to add an easy way to text the searches you want. And I think that's going to be nice because we want to have that. So we'll see. But, honestly, the shortwave, since they've removed the noise on the shortwave bands, you know what? It's actually not that bad of a radio. It overloads easily, though. I noticed that even the telescopic here overloads, but it's sensitive and gets almost anything any other radio I have does. So it's not that bad. Philip Jones, nice to have you on board from Phil and Jenny at a very soggy Flint, North Wales. Nice to have you here. So it's nice to have you here, Princess Zoe from British Columbia. Roel Henderson, nice to have you on board from southern Sweden. KK4TXB says 40 meter noise is very bad where he is. Al Wilkinson, I'm in Montreal enjoying my new HD radio. What model is it, my friend? Just out of curiosity. As you noticed, most or everything HD is pretty much at the FM band. 99.5, the new French language news talk, is now HD. Kiddo61, Joe, can you use your receiver on your magnetic loops and transmitter on your inverted V? You know what? That is what I would be looking at. When I did some testing, because he's not here today. He would have been here yesterday. MDK2, Matt, that is in Colorado. We've one night contacted each other and said, let's try to get an FT8 contact with each other on every band. So within a week or two, we were able to do every band except 6 meters and 160. But there was something very interesting because when we tried 80 meters, he could hear me. On 80 meters, when I got on FT8, he was seeing my signal. But when he would answer back, I would not hear him. So what I decided to do is I turned on my um, RSPDX SDR on the computer. It is on my MLA30 loop. And because it's in the front and my transmit antenna is in the back, there's no danger. I can transmit. I see that the MLA30 overloads, but it's not dangerous. It won't, create a problem. So I left the 80 meter band FT8 on RSPDX with my PC, and I tried to contact with the Yaesu on my end-fed. And I noticed immediately that with the end-fed, I could not hear him, but on the RSPDX with the MLA30, his call coming back to me was showing up on the software, on the WJST software. So I thought, that's interesting. My MLA30 can hear him because it has less noise. My end-fed does not. So that's where I started thinking, what could I do with that? How is there a way I could, have a switch that was the first thing that I thought is there a way I can have a switch on the lower bands? Because the lower bands on the MLA30 is great. I mean, I hear 160 meters signals like I don't hear here. 80 meters is great. 40 meters is also pretty good. So the ideal conditions would be I transmit on the end-fed, I receive on the MLA30. So would there be a switch? And I guess there is. I think some people are doing that, using, for example, the magnetic loop to receive and another antenna to transmit. So that would be automatic. When I press, the button, or when it transmit on FT8, it switches to end-fed. And then on the receive, it switches back to the MLA30. That's what I need. I think that's what I need for the lower bands. WF7I, Bruce says, for me with 160 meter full wave loop, I do get some Europe on FT8 and on SSB SCW during contests, but it is definitely nothing like on 10 and 20 during solar peak. Oh yeah, but the upper bands are meant for that. I mean, the upper bands are easy. I mean, 10 meters is when 10 meters is good, and even 20 meters, when 20 meters is good, these bands are amazing. It's around the world, So that's the thing. Do I have any handheld amateur radios? Yeah, I got the Yaesu FT65, which is and it was given to me as a gift for getting my ham license by Simon Temple, that is on the chat sometimes. Simon Templar, sorry, that works at HRO, so they kind of chipped in, and for a congratulations gift, sent me a Yaesu FT65, which are very nice little dual band, 2 meter, 70 centimeter, little portable. It is amazing how sensitive and how tuned the antenna is. I learned how good that little radio is compared to scanner radios when I started listening to the International Space Station repeater, which is a downlink of 437-800. And on my scanner radios, I get it, but it's a rough copy. On the Yaesu FT65, boy, it's a solid copy. It is way better than the scanner radios. And it all has to do with one simple thing. That little antenna, that rubber ducky antenna they put on, is very, very well tuned to the amateur bands. So it improves everything that is on those frequencies. So that's the only handheld. I'm thinking of maybe eventually getting something else. When I got the FT65, it's a 160 through 6 meter rig. And a friend of mine told me, well, for the money you're going to pay, don't you want to have something that also goes VHF, UHF? And I said, you know what? I'm not, and still right now, I'm not much interested in VHF, UHF. Not that I'm not, but what interests me is another type of amateur radio, which is satellite communications, which is also all sorts of other weird things that could be in the VHF, UHF. So I thought, you know what? Start with a very good HF rig. And I got the Yaesu FTDX10. And at some point in time, if you have the antennas and are ready for it, well, I'll think about what I want to have VHF, UHF wise. One of the things also that's interesting is all of these digital modes, you know, whatever it is, D star to what's that thing? A C4 FM or something like that. I don't. It's like, you know, I'm not knowledgeable much into what these modes are yet, but I know that there's different things. Fusion, all of those things are interesting. So I would probably be looking into something more advanced at some point. But for now, it's not a priority. I'm not, you know, I'm not a guy that's going to go on and then say, hey, like a lot of people. And it's not because I don't want to poo-poo a net or anything, because that's the other thing is I see a lot of hams or older hams that are like, oh yeah, there's 2 meter nets that everybody just says, hey, hello, I'm from here and there, and thank you for the net and blah blah. No, it's part of amateur radio. I'm tired of I'm tired of ham guys poo-pooing a specific hobby in ham radio, like all of those that are like, oh, FTA is not real ham radio. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't be a ham radio operator if you think like that. Honestly, it's ham radio. It's modern ham radio. You know, I get bored of it. It is kind of interesting. It has its positives. It keeps a lot of people in the hobby. You know what? Just stop poo-pooing a mode or a specific thing in ham radio. You're not helping the hobby by doing that. It's all there. If you think there's not enough people talking on SSB voice, what have you done lately to go on SSB voice? I'm pretty sure you didn't do any CQs or talk, but you're just ranting at it. I don't. I call CQ, like when I did the SSB voice all night, which was so cool. I even went on 20 meters, chose a frequency where there's no one on, and I called CQ quite a few times. I had a couple of replies. I mean, the hobby always reflects who you are and what you do with it. And if you're not happy with FT8, then use your hand gear and do something that you want to be happy with. But stop poo-pooing and stop saying, you know, part of the hobby is crap because you just don't agree with it or are not happy with it. It's like, the last thing I want to hear all the time is, oh, FT8 is killing the hobby. No, who's killing the hobby? The guy that just ranted at FT8. Okay, that's all I got to say. So there's a lot more to the hobby, and I've been listening to amateur radio, satellite communications for such a long time. And by the way, guys, I'm very far in the chat room. I'm talking a lot tonight. I'm going to try to go faster and reach up. So I'm at this point, I would be about 30 minutes behind in the chat. So, anyways, lots of radios and lots of stuff to do. Rob Q, nice to have you here from Los Angeles. KK4 TXB, great day in Mississippi. Nice to have you on board. What else do we have? Let's go down. Hey, MTK2, talking about you, Matt, W0 MDK. And we did our FT8 contacts. What else do we have? Let's go down a little faster. Lars Schutt, nice to have you here, says Hammer operator from Germany. And I look for a nice receiver for some shortwave. I want to also use, I do on my table next to my bed. Currently, I have XH Data D808 and a 109 WB and Deep SDR clone. Cool. TSOV 55 Fahrenheit this morning, coldest since middle of May. Nice to have you here, Matt from Denver. Christopher Cohn, nice to have you here. Tasso, with such good propagation, I will keep. We'll be listening. Yeah, you have to. Trusting it's a good time to be in a radio hobby, no matter what your price range. Just about everyone can have a pretty good receiver, and that's the good thing about where we are today. Whatever price that you want to pay a radio, you are going to have a good radio. Andrew Walton, nice to have you here. KK4TXB loves this Icom 7300, and it's a very popular rig. I mean, the price point of the 7300 is one of the reasons also with its performance that a lot of people love it. Christopher Cullen decided to sell his Deep Lake SDR101 because updates and support for this model have been terrible. Only got 50 pounds for a big loss, but never mind. We'll never buy another. Yeah, that's the problem with these experimental radios. It's not always easy. Matt, yeah, one of the things is to turn on compression somewhat. Yep, not too much. Sounds weird, but there's kind of a certain level that you learn to that it sounds pretty good. One of the guys from Toronto that has a FTDX10 says, I've never been able to get the level of power you have when you actually do SSB voice. And I said, yeah, well, there's a lot of settings. Hey, Ricky Long, nice to have you on board. Ça va bien? J'espère que ça va bien. Nice to have you on board from Alberta, Canada. The Invisible Man, do you prefer analog radios to digital in terms of just a joyful user experience, or does it not matter so much? I like both. Because each has its own fun and its own characteristics and features. So for me, both are as fun. Sorcerers and Cats, is that a Shoyang R1 radio I see next to Radio Shack? Yes, it is. Absolutely. Jasmine, nice to have you on board from sunny Seattle. Don Royal, nice to have you here. Purchased the Shoyang LC90 radio. I'm really enjoying the shortwave. Cool. Ray Thought, nice to have you on board from Illinois. I want to see it on R108. Another great example of a radio that's not very expensive, but pretty good. So it's really nice. Mario DXer says the Shoyang's having shortwave and Wi-Fi is exactly what I'm looking for my next radio, but it needs to sort out the flaws. Jasmine, yep. I have played with SDR Connect, but I keep going back to SDR Una. Mostly because the computer that's using the SDR Connect is a mini PC, and it is somewhat powerful, but still, SDR Connect is taking a lot of CPU power. It is, if I bring up another software or something, you see that it has a rough time doing all of it. The SDR Connect is kind of nice for now, but I keep going back to SDR Uno all the time. Yeah, the 4.6 update 4.6 is still being worked on to remove the bugs, but it's supposed to be out within the next few weeks. Spellerine, nice to have you here from Nova Scotia. Jasmine, you should do giveaways for subscribers. Can't take all those free radios with you. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you from Fleetwood, United Kingdom. King and DXer, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. I'm getting closer, guys. Getting closer. Marvin Mutz from the Japan Islands, AK4VO. Nice to have you here. KK4TXB says you do a great balanced review. Yeah, but that's what I want. Try to, say what's good, what's bad. No radio's perfect. I say it all the time. I have no perfect radio. Even the Yaesu FTDX10 is an expensive piece of equipment. Not perfect. Depending on what you do. It is probably close to perfectness in AM radio operations, but it's not perfect for a shortwave radio listener. But that again, it's kind of it's a hard thing to say, because who designed this? FTDX10 designed it for amateur radio. He didn't have, I don't think any guys that design a ham radio gear, and let me take this. I don't think that any guys that design ham radio gear actually think of a shortwave listener or just a listener in mind. That's the thing, because this is supposed to be used on the amateur bands. They have full coverage, absolutely, and this is cool. You remember back in the days, in the 70s, when they're like the majority of ham radio gear had only ham bands on them and would just block out the whole spectrum. And it's like, why did you do that? Let the radio receive the full spectrum in between the bands. You don't have to be just in the ham bands. And today that's cool, because the radios have become the ham radio radios have a gear have become not just ham radio operating gear. It's become general coverage receivers, and that's cool. It opens up a world. I'm sure a lot of hams never knew, because some hams and a lot of hams came from either CB. A lot of hams came from shortwave listening. A lot of hams just became hams. And when the gear was kind of locked, I can bet you a lot of hams didn't know that, hey, there's something else in between the ham bands. There's other stuff to listen to. And I know hams. I've known and heard of hams that never went anywhere else than within the ham bands with their radio. So we're living in a great time today. And like we said, there's radios now that are so inexpensive, but they're not a piece of junk. We've never, a great example. Somebody put the perfect comment one day. The Texun S2200X that I've been playing with, $372 US. And the first thing is an outcry of, well, that's way too expensive. Yeah, it's expensive if you put it in today's market of shortwave radios. Yeah. But somebody said, I bought a radio that's half as good as that in 1985, paid $200 for it, which comes out to about $600 today. So I paid technically way more for something that doesn't even operate half as good as that back in the day. And I mean, there were $300 radios back in the day that don't even do half of what this radio does. It's a question of perspective. When you look at it, when you've been in a hobby a long time, you get to a point where you're like, well, 372, it's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. It's a lot of money. But at the same time, it's so inexpensive for all that you get in that thing. I guess we're being in a time period where a lot of the newbies in the hobby have seen $100 radios that are just amazing. So it's hard for them, and it's hard for us to explain to them that, well, it's expensive. It's 3 times more, 4 times more than whatever you paid. But technically, it's not that expensive. It's very. Here we get into our, I guess, our own personal report with money. And I totally understand. When somebody says, "Well, I got a, you know, XHD 808," I don't see why I get this big radio for so much money. And in a sense, you're totally right too. You're not wrong in saying, "Well, I don't see why I should get that thing for so much money when what I have is just amazing." And it's totally true. Madrid DXer, the only review videos I trust are Jill, Danny, Jim's Radio Check, and TV Radio 1972. Yeah, and there's other reviewers out there. I mean, we talk about it. I have my reviews. My reviews are made in my own, experience in my own way. But it's I that just goes with back in the 90s. Who would review radios? So in the 90s, so before the internet, who would review radios? Well, you'd have the radio magazines, you'd have club bulletins, and some would have special kind of bulletins that would go out. There was a Passport to World Band Radio book. There was the World TV Radio, World Radio TV handbook. And, I would look at all of that together. I would, look at, there's monitoring times of that month and that year. They talk about the radio. An example is when I got the ICOM ICRD 500 that's here, which replaced my Kenwood R5000. We were in 2007, 2008, around there. I decided to take a look back, and the internet existed, so I was lucky for that in that period. I decided to look back at who reviewed the ICOM. How many reviews can I find from different magazines, clubs? And I found, I think, 5 reviews, including a Passport to World Band Radio white pages that they called them, which was a specific thing that you could order. And, I thought, well, if I'm to spend that much money on a radio, I'm going to still take a look at, is it worth it? And, once again, we say no radio's perfect. When I got the ICOM, I was very happy. I wanted to have a wideband radio that does it, has SSB, like USB and lower sideband and so on. But honestly, I immediately noticed the ICOM does not have the shortwave performance of my Kenwood R5000. It was apparent the first hour I used it on shortwave. Was like, okay, it's good, but okay, it's not. I'm used to better. I was used to better, and still these days I still say shortwave is better than the Kenwood. Sometimes actually because it's there. And I don't use VHF. One of the things I thought this morning was, why don't you take the ICOM out and put the Kenwood there? Because anyways, now my main use of the ICOM will mostly be for satellite listening in the VHF UHF range, and in that it does it extremely well. But it's interesting. You see, like, you purchase a radio for thousands of dollars, and you're like, I'll be very fair. When people tell me, well, you don't know what you're talking about, expensive buying tabletops are so much better. I'll be very, very fair. The ICOM ICRD 500 here on shortwave does not beat, and pretty much anyway, except for overloading, because it doesn't overload. But it doesn't have a lot of bells and whistles, honestly. This radio does not beat some of the best portable receivers that I have from the last few years. And I will even say it bluntly. I prefer using the Texun S2200X that I received than this ICOM 8500 for anything shortwave. That just tells you that you got to be careful when people tell you, oh, no, buy one of those good old tabletop receivers that, yeah, you're going to pay an awful price. And no, they aren't better. A lot of them aren't better. Maybe not all of them. I can't talk about some of like the, NRD, JRC receivers that were really high-end receivers for the time, or maybe a Drake R8B, but even then, I don't see an advantage here. And I'd say that even though my Kenwood R5000 is great, I don't see much of an advantage either from the good portables, of today. And that's where my personal take on it, owning good tabletop receivers, goes to don't spend money on an old tabletop. It ain't worth it. If you're going to spend $500 or more on an old ICOM for receive, an old Kenwood for receive, you know what? Get yourself the Texun S2200X. Brand new radio, brand new technology. A big radio if you want a big radio. Costs you less, in my opinion, as good. Marvin Motts, Chinese are more capitalistic than Americans and much more competitive, work harder, focus more. Yeah, well, they're definitely capitalist in their. It's kind of funny to see the mix. It's a capitalist country. They want to make money in a communist regime. So this is the way it works. Ain't it ain't great, but you know what? Everything's made there now. So what do I want to say? So what else do we have? Matt says used to love Subway, got a bitter taste now. I didn't like Subway ever, except that here in Canada, I don't know in the US, but here in Canada for the last year, they have a brand new menu. And for the first time ever, I've had one of their sandwiches and it was actually good. Al Wilkinson, I just said ABC Radio Australia using my Alexa speaker and got me to the station. Oh yeah, that works great. Alexa or the Google, any Google smart speaker, works great. Pi Expert, new subscriber. My PL330 will be here in a day now. I'm operator 2E0. Cool. Welcome aboard. Different Gear TV. Do you have more than one of the same radio because you like them so much? I have more than one of the same radio because it was offered to me. But do I have more than one of the same radio because I like it so much? No. If I had the money and decided I wanted more than one of the same radio, would I do it? No. I don't have a radio that I can say that. No. I prefer diversity. I prefer, again, look at an example. FTDX10, amazing ham gear. Would I buy a second one? Nope. I'd buy something else because I'd like to have something else to play with. And maybe that's why, because I understand what you're saying. I have a lot of the viewers that I know that purchase 2 or 3 of a radio because they like it so much. They want to have more than one, and they go with one of the ways of thinking is, well, if I have more than one, if one goes out, I still have replacement radios, which, yeah, okay. And the other is, well, I like it and I want more than one for different reasons. Yeah, okay. But personally, if you tell me, okay, you need 5 radios for 5 different situations, are you going to buy 5 of the same great radios you got? No, I'm going to buy 5 different radios. That's the way I am. But no, I don't have. Like I said, the only radios I have more than one, like the quota sign, I got 2. The reason I got 2 is they sent me 2. XH Data, what is it, D109? I got 2 of them. One was flawed, even though it still works well. And they sent me the second one. And they sent me a third one with the weather band version. So they're technically the same radio, even though slightly different. So that's because they were given to me. But, like the Texun S2200X, I love it. But would I get a second one? No. I'd get something else. For the price, I'd check price point, what's out there, what's good, and get a different radio. For me, it's more interesting like that. No, Quiznos. Wow. I don't even think they still exist in Montreal. They were like the big competition to Subway. And I remember they had tons of ads on TV here in Montreal. And they kind of disappeared. We have 7 Ion Brew, yes, on my Kenwood TS990. It has a receive-only port, so I can listen to the MLE30 or beverage or whatever, but transmit on my Yagi. Oh, that's cool. That's a great feature for a radio, actually. And I think there's antenna switches. If I'm not mistaken, I've seen a video of a ham guy with my FTDX10, because in the back there's tons of connectors that can control stuff. And what he had is a antenna switch for transmit receive that was controlled by the Yaesu. Matt says, tried working the ISS repeater several times. I'm never reaching it. Yeah, I tried also with my little handheld, but it's kind of tough. I mean, the guys that are using it are they have, directional antennas and more power than 5 watts. I tried anyway because I saw a video of a guy successfully contacting the repeater on the ISS with just the FT65 rubber duck. Just at the right time, at the right moment, it worked. But he admitted in his video that it's a very rare occurrence because just all the other stations are washing out and you're never reaching it, unfortunately. Spellerine says has the XH Data 219, and it is the best budget out of 3 I own: 219, V115, and R9012. The most important thing, and I think that's where sometimes it's hard because you get into review radios, you get to talk about radios. People hate you because you talk bad about a radio, which I don't understand. It's whatever review you see, whatever reviewer talks about it, if you're happy with it, don't take it personally. Just don't take it personally. WF7 Iron Brew, for me, satellite has much more appeal during solar minimum. Right now, I really focus on the IHF bands. Yeah, and you know what? There is talk about, because we're such in a high solar activity right now. They were talking about the fact that 6 meters, 6 meters might actually be open all winter just with F2 layer, not even sporadic heat or anything. So this is going to be another one to check for. 6 meter band open because of the very high solar activity we're getting. This week they were saying that we are the average sunspot number reached a level that is seen, the last time it was seen was 23 years ago on solar cycle 23, which means that this cycle is kicking ass. It's much stronger than the last one, much stronger than anybody have predicted. As we have. Thank you, Sheila, for the tip. Much appreciated. Mandria DXer, it's the same with people poo-poo DMR. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the first comment I get if I make a FT8 video is, well, that's not ham radio. Yeah, get out of here. It's like, I'm tired. It's why do we have to fight? Our hobby is already in jeopardy, both the radio listening hobby and the amateur hobby, because one, noise levels are like sky high. Two, you know what? We got all of these stupid idiots coming in and saying, well, I'm not very happy with that mode. And that's just people not doing ham radio. And I'm like, yeah, what have you done? It reminds me of the Janet Jackson song. What have you done for the hobby lately? Hey? Yeah, pretty much. So, that's the way it is. I'm tired because there's a lot of, I came on an 80-meter conversation, which I totally resisted from taking my microphone and just getting into it, because it was a bunch of old guys, and we're all old guys. I'm an old guy too. Okay. It's like, there's no offense in here in my old guy comment, but there's old guys that are cool and old guys that are idiots and old guys that are losers. We're all old guys that are cool here. They were complaining about how FT8 was a nuisance, and that how can it be ham radio? Computers are talking to each other. Yeah, but there's a human interaction to it. I mean, yeah, computers are making the contact. That's pretty true. Still, there's a human interaction. You're interacting with the software to, give it the orders of what to do, what to call, modify stuff. What I like to do is modify my call and put the DX in it. So it's like it's calling CQDX rather than just CQ. No offense to you guys in the US, but you're dominating the bands here. So I will often put DX to try to avoid the United States as much as possible. I love you. It's nothing personal. It's just I like to let's go far away. Although, when you have a contact with California and I look at it, it's like 4,000 kilometers. It's like it's almost as far as contacting the UK on the other side. It's just crazy when you think about it. But you get to a point where you're like, can I avoid North America, please? um, but you know, you look at that and you're like, yeah. Sometimes, it's sad, but sometimes I think a lot of old ham operators, you know, it'd be better off they wouldn't be on the air. It's times are changing in many things. It's not just ham radio. Life in general. FT8 is the achievement of a protocol that is just amazing, where in high noise, low signal, it just gets there. One thing to get to understand is like, it's fun. I have fun being in a pilot. And if it takes me an hour to contact a station, a DX station, I'm very proud of it. And that truly is an achievement. And I will be prouder to do that than the FT8. Yes. But there are times when the FT8 is the only way you got. And what you got to just understand here is your radio signal went from your antenna to that DX island in the middle of the ocean. They answered back to you. There was a contact. There was a radio signal back and forth. And that's it. That's it. That's what you got to understand at a certain point. It's still a radio signal. Okay, let's go down here. Alankinson says, I have the Sanina 16 and also I have Sanina 14 or 2 radios. Very good. And you did a review on the 16, I think. The what? Oh, the Sangean, I would guess, is what you're meaning, which is the 14. Yeah. The HD radios. Jasmine Hams should be trying to expand the hobby, not attacking each other. Like, a lot of hams are very open-minded. We gotta, I'm not poo-pooing all hams here. A lot of hams are very open-minded and are okay with it. It's just that the portion that are poo-pooing everything, oh man, please get out of the bands. Same thing, different gear. Oh, CB radio. You're just doing CB radio. You're just doing CB radio. Wow, what a fun comment. Really? You think you're superior because you're ham radio? These guys that I listen to on 27205 to channel 20 have more technical talk than half of the hams I hear on the bands. So please. Matt, I think most hams are pretty open-minded. It's just the cranks, as always, are louder. It's like everything. Who complains about something? Okay, where we see complaints, and when my tech channel, the huge complaining of Windows 11, and I'm like, how many people love Windows 11? A lot more than we think. I'm one of those lovers of Windows 11. It's a great operating system. It's not perfect, like radios. Nothing's perfect. But you know what? Who's you're hearing? You're hearing just the people that are ranting all the freaking time. Same thing. Oh, man. Danny Shortwave, my reason for buying the Yaesu FT991A was because of VHF UHF and also the C4FM. I do HF during the day, and at night I will do digital voice modes. Okay. WF7i, FT8 bashing reminds me of the no code. Yeah, same thing. When CW went away, oh man, controversy, no more Morse code. Hey, we're living in 2024 today. There's still people today complaining about that. We're in 2024 today. Okay. Yeah, I get it. In your times when, 1950, doing CW was a thing. And it doesn't prevent anyone from still continuing CW. But why? I have my own way of thinking of changes that should happen to the ham radio content, the ham radio exams today. We should open up to make it easier, even easier. There are things in the ham radio exam that were part of the past. You needed to repair a radio in the past. You had tube handgear. Yeah, you need to know there's stuff in there. In 2024, solid state stuff. Do you think I'm going to open my Yaesu FT DX10? And I mean, I'm a guy that opened radios for a long time. I'm never going to open this thing. I do not want to touch anything inside this thing. This is where we are. That electronics today is so, with surface mount and all. Yeah, I ain't going to touch that. But you know what? We need to update the exams. We need to update stuff. CW requirement removal was, well, it's what prevents a lot of people from getting into the hobby. Is it really necessary? And why is it necessary? If there's a valid reason, yeah, okay. But if there's no valid reason to say it is, why not remove it and have even more people come into the hobby? It did bring a lot of people. I mean, how should I put it? I've been a scanner buff, a real scanner buff, when that scanner time exploded. I mean, I was a scanner guy all the way. So it was shortwave scanners. That was my stuff. And of course, as a non-ham, but being pretty knowledgeable already in the early 90s, I was started being really knowledgeable. And I would hear the ham part of 2-meter repeaters, for example. I was not very impressed. But then again, hey, that's the way it is. It's like, once again, when I got my Yaesu FTD65, I logged in for the first time ever in my life to a net. That's happening every night here in Montreal. And I, checked in. Why? Just because for the fun of, I want to test out my little 2-meter rig and see how well it performs. It's not my thing. I'm not going to log in every net to, every night to a net. It's not what I like. In the 90s, the nets were at the peak. There was nets on every repeater, almost every time of the day. And yeah, you could hear that there's a lack of knowledge. People got their hand license with a very, a lot of them, pretty sure, are very just passing grade. But then again, if they're having fun, how is it a problem? Does it interfere with what I do with my ham radio stuff? Does it interfere with what we do here and have fun with? No, it doesn't. That's their thing. They are there. They're having fun with that. They're meeting people. And if we're more advanced, that's not where we are. We're somewhere else, and we're doing our stuff with ham radio or shortwave. No one's blocking anybody. Yeah, you're listening to if you're technical, like us, a lot of us are. Not everyone, but a lot of us are. And when you listen to the technical side, you're like, yeah, okay, lacking a little bit in, yeah, okay. But then again, is it a nuisance? Is it a problem with me or with, no, it isn't. They're actually having fun with what they're doing. Amateur radio brought them to a world that makes them meet people and have a great time. Yeah, cool. Like, you guys are here. Why? Because we're having fun, having a good time. I think it's just that is cool. It's like there's a place for everybody, you know. That's it. So let's go down. Yeah, 7200, 14313. That's the bad guys. Never IDing, never giving their call signs too. Matt has a Nikon SE 7100, which has a reputation for not hitting full power on phone, but I get out just fine when I use compression. I got a nice signal report from a guy in Tennessee several years ago. You know, it gives you me that your comment gives me an idea of something that's happened recently. There's a group that was part of that I was part of. I'm not anymore because I'm tired. Some guy came out and said, I just get apparently about only 75 watts on my ICOM, and I want to have 100 watts because I'm not making anything or any contacts. And I just posted, the difference between 75 watts and 100 watts on a bands is so minimal. It probably doesn't make a difference in making a ham contact. And he said, "You're wrong. It's huge." Yeah, okay. Look, believe what you want. It's like, that there was one guy on that Channel 20 CBers. He posted, well, I have two choices. I have the choice of having my CB radio with 50 feet of coax. I don't remember what kind of cable, but it was a very high quality cable. It was not, the standard cable we get all the time. So he said, but the best way I could do it, honestly, was 125 feet. So everybody guys came back and said, "Oh no, you got to do 50 feet. 125, your signal is going to be bad." And I'm like, I'm sorry, guys, but with the cable he's using, 125 feet, the loss is so minimal, ain't going to be a problem. And I mean, one guy came back and was like, "Well, you're wrong. You know what you're talking about." It's like, yeah, look, loss is not what you think. Even, standing wave, when we transmit, so many people are focused on the perfect standing wave possible. Did you know that even if you're 2-1, the loss is so small, it doesn't freaking matter. Stop going nuts over it. But, there's this minding, and some people are just focused on, well, if I lose 10 watts, it's like, if you lose 10 watts, it doesn't freaking matter. Stop worrying. But there's a lot of all of that. There's people that always want to be perfect. Oh God. Mad Reader DXer, the thing that we need digital modes like FT8 and DMR and ham radio to bring more younger people into the hobby. Bringing younger people into the hobby. How do we do that? I got some here. We got some young guys that, just came here thanks to what I do. But how do we have a slight interest of somebody that's 20-year-old today and tell them, it's so cool, amateur radio, shortwave radio, the world. And they've got their smartphone and they've got the internet and they're like, yeah. So I think we clash on the same thing today again. We've always talked about it, how we are different. Once again, sorry guys, I'm 40 minutes behind. I'm talking too much and reacting a lot to what I see. Why did we go crazy on radio? I mean, I can't explain it. I just explain one thing is that I got a radio. I heard stations from around the world and was like, wow, this is so cool. Today, I'm still in the mode. I rather listen to Radio New Zealand on my radio with the waves coming from the Pacific up to here than streaming Radio New Zealand, which I could absolutely. How can I explain that? I can't. I just can't. There's no way to explain to somebody that it's cooler on the radio than on the internet. Because honestly, if somebody tells me it's so cool on the internet, how can you say it's not cool on the internet? I mean, come on. All of these computers connected around a worldwide net, it's like, it's freaking cool. So that's not where we are. I think it still has to do with the same old feeling that when we first caught something on the radio from far away, it was just amazing. And you can't tell somebody who's going to say, hey, I'm having fun with Radio Garden on my phone listening to the world. Because honestly, you've got this in your hand connected to the internet and you're listening to Papua New Guinea. I'm sorry, but it is kind of cool. It's just different. So I don't know. We have a different, there's something about it that we just find cool that is so different. Because honestly, it's all cool, but we focus on the radio more. George, old DX pirate, 1950s, brilliant channel as always, watching from England, UK. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, George. Much to be here. Mark W, nice to have you on board. WF7i Homebrew, my old 1980s vintage Kenwood TS530, strictly ham only, no general coverage at all. I love that old radio, but I agree with you. I wish it could have had shortwave. I came from shortwave before, and yeah, you know, I what prevented manufacturers from those times from just, I mean, if the radio has all the bands, it means it covers all the frequencies. What prevented them from just switching on the general coverage side, you know? Pi Expert has the ICOM 7300 that's widebanded, receives everything, and he likes it. Pretty cool. Hey, Jasmine, I'm drinking beer. It's actually a high percentage beer, though, 10%. So having beer today and drinking a little fast. So who knows? The show might be longer. I'm having a lot of fun, by the way, tonight. So who knows? Tristan, I've had the Texun R9700DX for a while now. Its performance is a nice bit below my PL330. I love it. Still love it. Can beat the analog feel and backlight display. Yeah, that. Are you the one that posted the video, the picture of the beautiful display that is lighted? I mean, it does look beautiful. Absolutely. Stephen Wood used my ICOM 7300 to listen to Radio Vanuatu on 7260 a couple of weeks ago. Cool. Man, I checked into a local net for the first time last week, told the control that I was interested in HF and got to that when I could, but now I'm interested in VHF UHF too. And he was like, he did the opposite way. He only now getting a general license into HF. Okay, Ray thought shortwave's good. Jasmine, everyone's financial situation is different. Totally. And that's why it's cool today that we have all of these choices of radios. I mean, you know, pretty much anybody gets into the hobby today, which was not in the 80s. In 80s, you had to be almost a rich guy to get into shortwave, you know. By expert, I would sooner mess about on a shortwave radio and listen. I would probably rather mess about on shortwave radio than watch the propaganda rubbish on TV. My old Sony was sold for 550 in 1980 at Guilford Shortwave at discount. Wow. Stephen Wood, I've got one or two, but yeah. The problem with FLDGN starting out is it depends on each PC. Some of us have, my PCs are usually higher end and they have what's called stereo mix, which is the sound card has its own virtual capability. But a lot of PCs don't, and you have to install virtual cable, which makes it a lot complicated. Then understanding the waterfall and everything, yeah, maybe I should sit down and figure out a way to do a series on that. Um, it's not that complicated, but it's, yeah, you have to understand it. Radio DXer, the main problem I have with a lot of review channels is that they don't want to say anything negative about a radio so they can keep getting free stuff. Yeah, well, that's not me. If Shoyoung doesn't, and I love Shoyoung, but if Shoyoung doesn't send me anything else, well, that's the way it is. That's all. B-Bob, is there any advantage to an old tube radio to a modern day circuit radio? Not really, honestly. The sound is better, and I think it mostly has to do with the fact that they have bigger speakers, all of them. Is it the sound is better than today? I don't think so, because I'm not part of the guys that think that tube radios give a better sound in amplifiers than transistors. I think it has to do much more with the way they were designed back then. But that debate is forever, and I'm sure somebody out there just looked at what I just said and said, "No, no, no, you're wrong." It's all right. It's I think it's a big debate. Joe Tyson, nice to have you on board. UTV and Ham, KD9, WNV, nice to have you here from Wisconsin. Brent Sutherland, my American cousin was pleased to find that Quiznos still exists in New Brunswick. Oh, I don't even know if it exists in Canada. Jay Watterson, shout out. Nice to have you here. Don Royal says Jackie Gleason was into shortwave radios. So pretty cool. Yeah, that's the problem, probably, Matt. Just using a vertical. It's like using a rubber ducky. It's like there's no directional. So it isn't hitting as good. I'll check that out. The WF Bert WF 7i, the RF switch. Bruce Covert N9BH. I've been listening to 6 meters for years. I listen all the time. Made a contact up to Shilly last time. Jasmine, now sing it, Jill. SWL España. Nice to have you here. Jasmine, you're a cool old guy. And Matt says 80 meters is where the trolls of Ham reside. Yeah. Thank God for old guys and 9BH. Yep. Kevin Michael, I use Philips radios for EMDX. Cool. Yeah, you're the one who posted the picture, Tristan. It's so cool. It does look sexy at all. It's like I looked at it and I was like, oh man, never bought one. I should buy one. It just in the dark, it looks beautiful. Not a lot of radios look beautiful like that. To show young, what I like, they have thought about all the keys that are eliminated. How many times did we talk about shortwave radios should have keys that light up when we use them? SWS Signal 23. I like Radio Garden, but I prefer to listen to my portable and SDR. It's just something about hearing a distinct signal from radios. How can you explain? I'm sure you agree with me that it's very cool. Radio Garden gives us that thing on our phone or computer or whatever, but you can't explain why we like it better on the radio. It's the way it is, the way we are. Oh man. What else do we have? So hey, I'm pretty close. I'm down to chat. Hey, David in Barcelona, Spain. How are you, my friend? ¿Cómo está, mi amigo? So it's an interesting part of our hobby. We can't explain to somebody why radio is fun. We can't explain why we no one can tell someone that says I got that on Radio Garden that it's not cool, because thinking about the technology that's all behind it, definitely cool. But how would you explain to somebody, the radio is much more fun, that invisible wave coming from so far away? You know, it's it's a tough one to explain, honestly. What do you want to say? Somebody will be, and that's where when we talk about how we came into the hobby, how many times did we think about, well, everybody's telling me, oh, enjoy your noise, enjoy listening to that static. My brother was like that. My brother was like, you know, like, I told the story a few times, but it's just so funny that I have to tell it again for those that have not heard it. So my brother, I get into the hobby. I'm 13. My brother back then we're 90 years different, so he's like 22, and he's like just laughing at me with, well, have fun with your static, and that continues for a while until he gets a new girlfriend. And I don't know if you guys remember, those of you that do, there was a thing called WA3NAN from the Goddard Space Center. They would retransmit the shuttle audio on the amateur bands on specific frequencies. And I was a big fan of that. So every time there was a shuttle up in space, I'd listen to the WA3NAN audio. So my brother doesn't care for radio at all. He meets this girl, and she's kind of a little scientific on the side. So for the first time, I meet the girl, and the first thing he says, "Oh, this is my brother. He listens to the space shuttle on his radio." And in my head, I was like, "Yeah, you don't care about radio, but now to impress a girl, my brother listens to the space shuttle. Ooh, this is just so cool." Uh, Funniest moment. What would you say just to have a girl? Oh man, it was just so funny. It was, I wasn't offended or anything. It was like, wow, he's using his brother as listening to the space shuttle as a hookup phrase for his girlfriend. Okay, okay. Brent Sutherland, shortwave radio broadcasts still have a charm all their own. Website cannot do the same thing. I say it all the time. We got to understand that most shortwave broadcasts cater to a specific audience. Radio Garden gets you a station, apart from some that have still streamed on shortwave. Most of what you hear on Radio Garden is actually something that is catered to an audience, a specific audience. Oh man. Shortwave signals. I think as we feel we accomplish something if we are hearing a signal based on our antenna? Well, it's first of all, let's face it, the challenge isn't the same. Listening to ABC Radio Australia when it was on the air on the shortwave through an app, yeah, that's you just press a button and here we go. Like New Zealand, let's choose a broadcast that exists now. Radio New Zealand, yeah, okay. I can take my phone and go to RNZ Pacific. It works. There's a challenge to get it on the radio. It's not every time, every hour of the day. It depends on propagation. It could be a tough one, and it's a DX target for you. You know, it's like going fishing. It's like, it's different. We have a challenge, and there's no challenge in any stream. Streams are there, and they just work. There's a challenge in getting something on the shortwave bands, though. Matt, shortwave is direct. Any radio stream can be half a minute or more behind. There's more. That's one thing I tell folks. Computer networks have all kinds of choke points. Yeah. Android DXer. The only reason I can think of to tell a young person why radio still has an appeal is that you can hear stuff which you cannot on the internet. And that is true. There's a lot of stuff. On the shortwave bands that aren't on radio, on in the internet. Sorry. Dripping Glass, nice to have you here, by the way. Ron C on the value of radio. You lived through ice storms, y'all. No electricity, no internet, but we had radios. Yep. And I mean, it's incredible what we see today. Dripping Glass. The pirates are fun. Pirate radios. They're not streaming. Pirate radio stations are fun to listen to. Pirates are fun to catch on a Friday or Saturday night. Good conditions coming up with the fall weather. Ray thought is on shortwaves. There's still government thing. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of government agencies that still have shortwave frequencies that can that can be used in all sorts of times, and there's the number station thing, which are pretty crazy. Kevin Michael, I have NASA Huntsville, Alabama QSL card from 1990s for communication with the shuttle. Oh, that's cool. That's a great QSL. Daniel Massey, I used to travel for a living, I would guess. I used to travel for a living. That sounds good, though. But I used to travel for a living, I guess, and would always carry AM radio. Loved hearing local radio all over U.S., Latin America, Europe, Screw Hotel TV. Honestly, that's what I would do. If I would travel around the world, I'd have a radio with me all the time. So, it's like, it's just cool. You hear different things. Wood Turner 991 tells on QESDR app. Well, it's cool because you're listening to real radios around the world. Actually, it's fun. My use of QESDRs is to hear stuff I don't hear at home. So you know what? It's stations or anything, any signal that could be, or I know that will be listenable. And sometimes it's just a tune of bands. If you guys never done that, go to the Kiwi SDR app or website, choose an SDR, for example, in Europe. Tune to medium wave bands. It sounds so different from what we have here in North America. Tune to shortwave bands in Asia. You have the impression that you're back in 1970 when there's so many stations. It's crazy. It's a lot of fun to have these around. Another thing that I do is use it for my ham radio. You're trying to contact a station. Hey, you choose a Kiwi SDR near where he is. And when I call CQ, I'm listening. It's like, am I hearing myself? That's also a cool use of Kiwi SDRs. Matt says the weekend threw me off. Wolverine Radio was on Friday and Jillian's on Sunday. That's it. It's the end of the world. Wolverine on Friday, Jill on Sunday. That's it. It's the end of the world. It's over. That's where it ends. Tonight, live on shortwave radio stuff. Why not? King and DX, I remember an ice storm in 2009 that knocked out power here in Northwest Arkansas, January 27th to February 2nd. And he says that during the outage, I listened to FM and shortwave broadcasts on his Radio Shack DX402 on batteries. Yep. Yeah, Wolverine radio is great. I like when he's on the air. Always fun. MTK, the Mayans predicted it. There is, they had this weird icon. Nobody ever understood what the little picture or pictogram meant, but it was a picture of me on a screen in the internet. Oh man, just so funny. Yeah, it's the end of the world as we know it. Well, I didn't sing too long because I sang like 20 seconds in one of the live shows. Oh, flagged. It's a copyright infringement. It's like, come on, please. Pop Shop Radio, by the way. Thank you for mentioning it. I was forgetting it, Ray. Pop Shop Radio, which is a broadcast that is regular on different like channel 292 and so on. There will be a special 4th anniversary, so 4 years on the air for Pop Shop Radio, and it's coming up this week. So Pop Shop Radio, let me just find the because I'm gonna read it from the article that I've got. Notes. Okay, here we go. So Pop Shop Radio will be on the air with a special broadcast. Okay, here we go. Okay, come on. Oh, you chose the wrong app. That's why it's asking me tons of questions. Sorry, guys. Just gonna reload it again. So this, and I wanted to click. Yeah, come on. Device. Here we go. Won't be long, guys. I'm finally going to get it at some point. There we go. Microsoft 365. Here we go. Okay. So here it is. 250 kilowatt birthday bash from Pop Shop Radio. So this is via Tony Pavic that actually has Pop Shop Radio broadcasts from Hope, British Columbia. So mark your calendars. Pop Shop Radio will be celebrating 4 years of filling your ear holes with lots and lots of kilowatts with a special 250 kilowatt blast from Wolverton, UK. It will air at 03 hours UTC, September the 10th. So September the 10th is Tuesday. That's tomorrow night, Friday evening, North America. Just remember it. So 03 hours UTC, September 10th. It's going to be on 11990, and it will be beamed to North America. So put that on your calendar if you want to hear a special broadcast from Pop Shop Radio. Canadian content with a lot of music. He's on the air regularly from Wolverton, UK. 250 kilowatts towards North America on September 10th, 03 UTC. That's tomorrow night, North America. Remember, when we pass UTC, the date changes. So tomorrow night, September 9th, Monday night, North America at 11 p.m. Eastern here, 03 UTC, will be Pop Shop Radio with its special broadcasts via Wolverton, UK on 11990. So if you guys want to hear something special, coming up tomorrow. I'm going to try to be listening tomorrow for sure. I thought about doing maybe a live show. It's going to depend. It's going to depend tomorrow, but at least you're going to have that. I don't have a link officially to the broadcast, but Pop Shop Radio. I'm going to just put this here, like Pop Shop Radio Birthday Bash. Birthday Bash. 11990 0300 UT September 10th. Here it is. So you guys can maybe listen to that. It's probably going to cover North America very well. I mean, 250 kilowatts, 1199003, probably going to cover North America. Is 6955 still the preferred frequency for pirates? I guess LSB. I think we can put the whole range of like from 6850 to 6970 ish is where all of them are. So there's tons of them around that area. Very, very often. Let's check. Talking about pirates. Any pirates right now? Yeah, September 8th. 6925 un-ID pirate at 22. So there's something on 6925 right now. Let's try it out. 6.925 upper. Not hearing anything here. Apparently there's an un-ID pirate on 6925. And another one on 6915. Let's try the 15 one. Actually, not true. 6925, I hear something weak. 6925 kilohertz. 6915, I'm not hearing anything. Yeah, he is part of the Ray. He is part of the Canadian International DX Club. Absolutely, Ray. Jasmine, if you want a really weird catch, go on KWSDR in Eastern Europe or Russia and tune 2130 to 150 and 2150 kilohertz in narrow FM mode Russian trains. Really? Wow. Okay. Cool, Ray. Kevin Michael in the day 5970 was BBC World Series in London every night. Yeah, I was here in North America. It was 5975. I remind 5975. That was great. Dripping Glass. Anybody has old recordings of the pirate ship laser from the 80s in the UK? Yeah. Welcome back, Bobby Burgess. Kevin Michael on AM and night back in the 70s was Big 8 CKLW Windsor, Ontario. QSL card. Wow. Jasmine Michelle, can you whoops? Just go here. Okay, so the link, okay, that's okay. Do pirates ever have conferences like hams? Sometimes if you go on like the pirate frequency range, sometimes you'll hear 2 or 3 pirates talking to each other. So you can check that out. But by the nature of what pirates are, they're trying to be very discreet because they're not technically supposed to be there. Just if anybody knows of these things. When I do my live shows, that's why I sometimes check my phone, because when I do my live shows, sometimes pirates just text me. I don't know how they have my phone number. I don't know how they can contact me, but some of them text me. Weird, eh? Like or die, nice to have you here. Can barely hear 6925 on the HRD 757 with a whip. Keegan the Xer, remember David Letterman and Paul Schaffer mentioning CKLW, late show on CBS, early 2010s. Yeah, crazy, eh? Yeah, and in Europe is different. Madrid the Xer, 6200, 6300. You know what's funny about Europe though, and it seems like pirate enforcement is not the same, because I have these, you hear these pirates that are almost 24 hours a day, and you're like, wow, here they do an hour or two and they just like log off, and you don't even know when they're going to be back. It does seem like enforcement isn't the same. Just crazy. Oh, man. FCC hosting a pirate symposium. If you guys have listened to our international radio report today, um, we had a piece on. It comes from Radio World, and it was about, so the FCC goes after all these New York pirates on the FM band. They issue all of these fines, but yet they're on the air and nothing's happening. Is it really that difficult to shut down a pirate radio station, especially on FM? You know? Oh man, government agents attend them. Yeah, I could see the FCC staff at a conference of pirate radio stations. Kev Michael, 4835, Shortwave Radio Australia in the evening, but week with popular music. Cool. PVM, what is your favorite shortwave radio station? Do I have a favorite? I Well, if I would have a favorite, it would be BBC World Service, but I like them all. There's no one broadcaster I like more than another. I like them all. I like them all. I like Voice of Turkey. I like Radio Romania. I like New Zealand. I like France in French. I like Voice of America. I like, you got to take what you want out of it, because each broadcasts have their own flavor, their own way of dealing with, politics and stuff. But I think it's a very personal thing. I don't think I have a favorite, but I love listening to all the diversity of it, for sure. Um, Different gear TV, are these Spires frequency USB? They could be, most of them are USB, but a lot of them are AM, and a few are lower sideband. So mix of that. Well, that KW61 Brother Stare would probably be in my least favorite stuff on shortwave. I, 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 I won't continue on that. I've been having some bad emails and comments because of people that like Brother Stare, apparently, which I will not comment on, even though I wish. XFM once in AM, Jasmine. Lagardai. Yeah, Africa FM is interesting. I wish I could find, and I think World of Radio, Glenn Hauser's World of Radio mentioned that there's no official scheduled times. I heard them in French with an extremely interesting programming about French communities and even history stuff from different African nations that every time I hear it, I'm like, wow, this is super interesting. I want to hear more. Yet, if you tune the same time the next day, no, they're not in French. So what's the schedule? And you can't find a dream schedule. They even have English. I don't know if you know that, Blogger Die. I've seen at least a dozen people saying, hey, they have English. But there's no fixed schedule. You don't know when it's going to be. So it's like you got to listen, 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 and hope that either English or French are going to be there at some point. But man, every time I've heard them, it's like, wow, this is kind of interesting. I want to hear more. Like I have a special button on my radio for Better Stare, the next arrow, the station arrow. Just move on next. Yeah, same here. Same here. Kevin Michael, Radio Australia and Radio New Zealand, and ACJB was my favorite on shortwaves. Radio Australia was special. I don't know if it's just because of the distance, but they were interesting to listen to also. But boy, Radio Australia, yeah. Yeah, Brothers Care, yeah, Keegan DXer. Brent Sutherland says all Radio Canada International antennas at Sagamore are gone. Yep. And we told the story so many times when they were sent over to the CBC. They just wanted all of that to be gone as fast as possible. If they didn't have the antenna anymore, they didn't have to, they knew they didn't have to take care of a service anymore. Matt says, I really didn't think Brother Stare shtick would work after he died because it was all about how current stuff meant the end was done, but there's enough stuff that like that to keep it going. Yeah. So you never listen, Blogger Die, because I've seen even Glenn Hauser mentioned it. There are English bits on Africa FM, just like there's French language bits. So maybe you'll find one at some point. But like everybody says, we can't find any schedule, so we don't know when it's on. It's like a 10 or 15-minute English bit. Gader Beck here. Nice to have you here. Texun, is the Texun PL680 a good choice buy for beginner radio? Yeah, it's a great radio. You're going to love it. Ricky Long, the most amazing development lately in the program on the media from NPR being broadcast on WRMI as an experiment. They are even soliciting feedback from listeners. Oh, really? Do you have any times on the schedules, by the way? That's interesting. I saw something like that, but I kind of moved on. My attention span sometimes when I'm tired is like, so I see something and it's like, nah, moved on. Daniel Massey, yeah, HCJB was great. Toured the Keto headquarters once. Wow, cool. Lugger Die, yes, PL 680 is an excellent radio. Yep, absolutely. KMDX NPR has a podcast called Shortwave, but when I listened, I have yet to hear anything about shortwave radio there. Yeah. Kevin Michael, 13650 is the voice of Korea, North Korea, 9 a.m. Richard California, I'm not able to save frequencies on my RSP1A. I did a reset a while back and lost that feature. Huh, that's interesting. Jim Gordon, HCJB remains my favorite shortwave station of the past. Oh, I miss it. Yeah. Jasmine, I've cloned Brother Stare's voice with AI. If I were a parrot, I'd make fake new Brother Stare's broadcasts. But it disavows everything. Oh my God. There should be an AI shortwave pirate on the air. That'd be fun. Take voices of other people and just, take mine. I don't care. Have it what you want to say. I don't really care. Kevin Michael, Radio Canada was good. I have QSL and CHU and CBK. Ricky Long, last thing I heard on the media is on 93.95 at 02 UT Monday. I think there's a second broadcast, but I can't remember the time frequency. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, David Bennett, Radio Van is out of the air pretty much. They have a lot of Gilles AI. You got a very distinct radio voice too. This is Gilles AI. Actually, you guys haven't noticed since the beginning. I'm not really here. This is all AI driven, and I've used my image, and it's all driven by a computer. AI Gilles announcing time on CHU. Yeah, I like that. It's like 15 hours, 1 minutes, coordinated universal time. Ray's like, yeah, right. I'm George Mo. Good. So many things in the past that are amazing that we just, go through. Oh yeah, I have to do it in French. That's true. It's like, how does it go? It's like, so I'll do the one that starts with English. I was like, 4 hours, 51 minutes, universal time. 4 heures, 51 minutes, temps universel coordonné. If I hear my voice on CHU 24 hours a day, I need to have a paycheck. Different Gear TV. If anyone knows about a Ratty F919, I wish I didn't buy it. Battery drains so fast. Yeah, there's a lot of tech in it, so I wouldn't be surprised. I tried to get one from Ratty, but apparently Ratty doesn't want to send me any radios. So I guess they looked at my reviews and they said, no, this guy's too fair. He's going to trash our radios and we won't sell any. So let's not send him anything. And even better, I actually contacted Radicus for radios and they said, oh, what's your channel? I put the link. Never had a contact with them after. Like, oh yeah. I guess they saw maybe that I bashed a few of their Radicus radios in the past, and they were like, no, we're not sending in radios. The worst part of it is if you send me a radio that's really good, it's all at your advantage. I am going to give a great, grade to a radio to radio fans that are all going to want to buy it. So if your radio is great, yeah, send me one. Why not? It's like, what are these people? I almost wrote, you know what? I almost want to write like Icon and Yesu and say, hey, you got one of those radios? You want me to ham radio gears? You want me to test or something? I'm going to talk about it. It's all at your advantage. You know? I don't know. It's just funny. Sing a song, brother. Brother stare. It's like when I did my no, I mean, I had their D220, but I would have to contact them maybe. So they have a new ham radio coming, Blogger. I'm going to contact them. I'm sure they would send me one because they've been sending me every time I talk to them. They send me the radio, so I'm going to check it out. That could be interesting, especially ham radio. That'd be good. But Jasmine, I should do a time radio station on shortwave. It would be like, it will be 6 hours and 1 minute universal time. That means get to work and stop listening to the radio. Jim Gardner, you're a fair reviewer. Some manufacturers want a rubber stamp for approval. Yeah, I know. A lot of offered to send me one, and I told them I wasn't ham and to contact you. Okay, thanks, Blogger Die. I will contact them and let them know. I'm pretty sure they're going to send me one because they every time I contacted them for a radio, they always said, yeah, sure, I'm going to send you one. SSTV video with Russian and Hungarian hams. 10 a.m., 14 to 30. Okay. Hey, take care, Ricky. Always nice to have you on board. G0TUE SWL Texun S2200X still not released in the UK yet. Ray, did you hear then that new scanner radio Uniden? You know what? I should contact Uniden. They do have some new stuff. Maybe they'd be interested in sending me something. I need to I'm going to do a round table this week. I'm going to go to all the companies that I've never asked for anything and give them a link to my YouTube channel. And I'll ask them if there's anything they want to send me that I could talk about. And Kevin Michael, hoping for a good radio and new GSP chip. David, if XH data comes out with a transceiver, that might be something to keep an eye on. Not usual for a receiver brand to give transmitter a try. Yeah, that would be interesting. That would be interesting. I wanna check that out. XH, it is intriguing. XH data actually having a ham radio transceiver would be very interesting. With what they've been, doing, it'd be pretty cool. Different gear, free radios for the elderly and homeless. I think maybe they didn't like that. I joked about the fact that they branded their radios for the elderly. Well, technically, I'm not that far away from being an elderly, but still, I don't know. The E100. Okay, Blogger Die, thanks. I need to check that out. The E100. Let me just check it out here. Does it show somewhere? XH data E100. That doesn't show anything. That would be interesting. A ham radio gear from XH data could be very, very, very interesting. Okay, thanks, Lugger Die. I'll contact them and say that I'm a ham operator and would be glad to test it out. Denny Shortwave will be receiving new XH data HT in a few days. Okay, that's interesting. I'll check it out. Could be very, very interesting. Huh. So radio is dead and all of these radios are coming out. Isn't that interesting? How can radio be dead when all of that is coming out? I mean, come on. It's just crazy. Look at, Texun actually came out with the Texun S2200X. And it's an expensive radio. And they thought, yeah, it's worth it to have that released. I mean, it's crazy when you think about it. They are doing all of these new radios, and all of these new radios with shortwave. Who are buying these radios? Where is the market for it? I'm probably sure maybe Asia or especially China could have a market for it. I mean, they are 1.3 billion people. Even if 0.1% of people would buy it in China, is like, wow, they'd sell a lot of them. But it's just so interesting. I'm when we look at the hobby, so many people are like, oh no, CB radio's dead. Yet CB radio, shortwave radio is dead. Yet all of these shortwave radios are coming out. I mean, people are buying them. You're not creating or selling radios, or you're not manufacturing radios for the fun of it. Someone has to buy it. So I don't know. It's very interesting. Very interesting. I'm amazed at all the new radios coming out, especially this year. We had kind of a transition year. We had during the pretty much during the pandemic, we had the Texun PL990, H501X. We had a few things like that higher end, and it seemed that it quieted down. There were a lot of little inexpensive radios. And anyway, we get into 2024, and in 2024, we get to the point where Shoying is doing that smart radio with shortwave on it. Cortesen does this radio that's just amazing. And XH Data brings out also these things. Texun has the S2200. Where is shortwave dying exactly? Or radio dying exactly? It's pretty surprising when you think about it. I'm amazed of everything that's coming out right now. I have a proposition for you guys as we're talking about, radio, and it's been 2 hours and 36 minutes since I'm on, and I'm sure a lot of you guys don't want me to get off. My proposition is to go and get another beer. And I will say I'm a little drunk right now because these beers are like 10% right now. But I'm having fun with you guys. So here's what I'm actually going to propose. Get another beer, continue, and maybe end with a little bit of recordings of shortwave radio stations from the past before we leave. How about that as a proposition? Are you guys happy with that? Just saying. Different Gear TV, the Chinese know something we don't. Maybe a super pandemic 2.0. I don't know. Matt says go for it. Of course. Everybody wants me to go for it. And Richard wants Moscow Nights. We'll end with Moscow Nights. Absolutely. Yeah, I am a bit. I've had a hard. You know what is happening? I've had COVID 2 weeks, a little more than 2 weeks ago, and I'm still not 100%. I'm kind of 75% my energy level that I'm used to. So if I drink beer or drink something, it just kind of makes me even more. It's like there's something in my body is just not yet back up to normal. VE5 SAR, Amnetics, beer, shortwave, and live streaming. I can't lose proposition. So, Mad Radio Extra had COVID in July and it took me over 3 weeks to get back to normal. Yeah. There's something about it. I'm not back. I mean, I test negative and everything, but I'm just not back to where I was. No, I'm not going to pass out while live streaming. If I do, well, remember, I live in Montreal and call 911. I wonder what happens if you call 911, say in Colorado, say that there's a guy passed out on a live stream in Montreal, Quebec. Would they do like a kind of transfer thing and see what they can do about it? I think I've seen something about a y- a YouTuber or some live where the person kind of passed out or had a stroke or something on live, and somebody had called 911 where they were and kind of said, well, he's that person is in. It's like I kind of remember something like that. Jerry, beer and intelligence pair well. Well, usually for me it's not bad. It's like, there are people where beer and intelligence don't go well together. Mine usually holds up. Different year. First time I had COVID was over in 5 days. This time I had in July. Took 3 weeks plus to feel normal. Yeah, there's something different about this one. Oh yeah, drunken DJ. Passed out on a WDDR show once, occasionally groaning and grunting because he had a hot mic. Oh, that's a funny part. Being a pirate radio and passing out and just like imagine like you pass out close to the microphone and you're snoring for 4 hours on a pirate band. That'd be funny. Craig says, when I started out doing shortwave, I had a Zenith Transoceanic and a Panasonic 6-band receiver. Cool. G0 TV, his favorite drink, whiskey. Otis von Schmuckel. Ever tried old speckled hen beer? No, never. VF5 SAR. If it was a public live stream, the 911 op could just log in and check what happened to them for themselves. Not so much if it's a private stream. Lesson: never stream in private. Well, this is a public stream, so should be possible. But I don't know. So okay, I will go and get myself a beer, and we will continue with some shortwave oddities and see what happens if I break the record. What was it? 5 hours and 30 minutes? 4 hours and 30 minutes? What was my record? Anybody remember? Hello there. We are back. Welcome to the knitting channel. We were learning how to do a sweater today. So this is what I have. With 10%, so it's pretty heavy alcohol for a beer. Okay. And I put a frozen pizza in the oven for 15 minutes. 6 hours, 14 minutes, and 3 seconds. Youch. 6 hours, 14 minutes, and 3 seconds. This is in December 6, 2019. Man. Okay. Okay, so let's go here. Brother Stair number station. Oh, I like that. That would be a good one. The one that I like the most is when I brought Brother Stair is when Glenn Hauser got a rant at him. And that Brother Stair in one of his broadcasts actually answered back and told Glenn Hauser that he was spending millions of dollars on these broadcasts and that Mr. Hauser should just, shut up. And what was sad about that is that, sometimes when you have free, because Glenn Hauser has free airtime. And what was sad about that is that WWCR didn't like it. And WWCR said to Glenn, look, you're ranting at one of our major airtime guys. We can't have you here on this station anymore. So, you got to be careful what you say. And I'm one of those that, Brother Stair is one of those guys that is just, and it's not because he's a preacher or anything, because I get often you're a theist and you're this and that. And it's like, no. Brother Stair is a guy that fondled little girls, and, it's like his compound was like hell. And tons of shortwave broadcasters still take the money from them and kind of ignore that he was waiting to go to court when he died for all the crap that he did. And I still say it today. It's like, money talks, and who cares? Bad money is still accepted as long as you give the money. So here we go. I do have another one, but I will probably not be in good shape if I take another one, especially live. Okay. What do we have here? Jeopardy team, loop version. On Jeopardy, the subject is shortwave. James Mutter. Not yet. Not time to call 911 now. And I did do what Keegan the Xer has put as an icon too at the same time. No, I already had beer here, so. It's funny because usually it tells me, and I don't get it this time around, the ads, usually it tells me, oh, an ad is coming, and I haven't seen any of those yet, which I was wondering if there was ads or something. I don't know. Money talks and BS walks. Yeah, pretty much. That's the way it is. So, as we are continuing this live show, I just wanted to say that if you want to donate, as we're going probably over time and talking about radio and doing all sorts of stuff, as I'm having a lot of fun tonight, anyways, with you guys. Um, you can give a donation through the super chat, or donations are accepted through PayPal, and it's much appreciated. Helps the channel, helps me continue, and it's also giving you access to the next Zoom meeting for contributors on September 22nd. So if you want to give a few pennies, it's always appreciated. Any amount helps. No worry about it. I have people sometimes telling me, it's like, well, I just have money for $1. Well, it doesn't matter. It's whatever you can give. Just thank you. Okay. So next Zoom is 20 hours UTC, Sunday, September 22nd. Make sure, like Mr. VE5SAR Amnetics, that I have your email. And the way you can tell me where I could have your email is just send me an email to official shortwave. What the hell is that? Okay, a wrong language chosen on my keyboard here. Okay. Official shortwave radio at gmail.com. Make sure that you send me a little line saying you donated and you were V5SAR Amnetics, and that you want to be in the next Zoom on September 22nd. That will be Wood Turner, 10% ABV makes it easy to do math. You drink 10 of them and you're 100% drunk. Thank you, Mad Radio DXer, for the donations. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you on board from West Michigan, as I guess we'll have a little night of radio listening. Kevin Michael and 750 Killers KQFD Alaska is on at 9 p.m. It came in great last night. Wow. I've never heard AM stations really that far west of me personally. Bin Toys, there's ads. Okay, that's interesting because usually when I do a live show, I have a little banner at the bottom of my screen and it tells me ads are coming in 60 seconds. And I have two choices. I can say, no, forget the ads, don't put them. Or so, because sometimes when I see them, sometimes I see that there's so many of them, and I'm like, no, okay, whoa, okay. Ads do give me a paycheck, but don't go crazy on ads too. It's like it's an annoying people when there's too many of them. So when I have that control, most of the time, what I do is when I see that there's too close to each other, I just like, no, skip. Don't put those. Just skip. But tonight, I don't have that control. I don't see it coming at all on my screen, which is very interesting. So, hey, we're getting into September, and September is that time when propagation is very interesting. And what's interesting is that that period of time where we have, and you know what, I'm gonna do a little demonstration because it's kind of fun to see and visualize stuff. I'm gonna start my mini PC here, and I'm gonna put a world map on this with the Terminator and show how the shape of everything changes with the time of the year. We're talking about the expeditions and finding low noise spots, and sometimes it's not impressive. I remember Matt MDK2 went to one of those camping or a trip somewhere where the noise was low, and yet he couldn't really hear that many stations. I had the same exact experience when I did the last urban expedition, if you want, in July. It was very close to June's, to the solstice in June, solstice. So days were still very long, and summer was at its height. And I didn't enjoy my low noise experiences. It seems like all afternoon I didn't hear much, and propagation conditions were not that bad. It's just you're too close to that area, that moment. Some of the best DX I've had personally when we do little D expeditions in low noise areas is kind of more of September and October, because the Terminator and what we call the Greyline is positioned differently. Plus, the shorter days means that there's less solar radiation on top, so the ionosphere is better, and there's a lot of stuff to listen to. So let me we'll just go to display settings, turn it off for a second so that the display switches to HDMI. And we're going to show you a little something and talk about propagation. I know a lot of people, like when we can talk about something that is a big mystery most of the time. There we go. We'll log in here. And let's bring out the Simon World Map. Here we go. We'll push this here. There we go. So let's bring the camera closer here. Because closer camera will mean we can see a little better, so you guys can see the map here. So when you look at that map, when we talk about Greyline, it's that area that is dividing the day and night. So here it is, and you see it in Asia there on the left. I don't know if I can move the map here. Let me just see if I can move the map. No, I can't. I can't move it. So what's interesting about this is that there's always enhanced propagation in the Greyline. So what you have to do is match your Greyline with wherever it is. So when your sun sets or your sun rises in your area, where is the sunset or sunrise around the world? And it gives you an idea. That area here, so it's crossing China right now, is enhanced propagation. That enhanced propagation is actually the best propagation you can have. If there's some magic in the Greyline that just makes these signals come in so strong. So right now, an example. If you're on the East Coast, because the Greyline is pretty much over Montreal and Asia, go on a 20-meter band and check the amazing amount of signals you got there. You'll notice that a lot of them are in Chinese. That's because that zone propagation is so good. So if you're a ham radio operator, for example, it's time to use it and try to contact stations in Asia, China, Japan, so on. That lasts roughly an hour. And it really is an amazing amount of like an amazing propagation um, effect that is just helping out in what you're listening to. So even if you're not a ham, shortwave broadcasts coming out of that area are on many bands like 31, 25, and 22 meter bands, enhanced in many ways. So let's go down a little bit here. Like or die as a reasonable. Okay, cool. Because I'm afraid sometimes the last time we did a live show, there were so many of them that I was like, no, 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 this is too much. Ads are helping me. Remember, guys, that ads are my paycheck on YouTube, and that I understand it could be annoying, but I also understand you have to understand that why people like me are still here and doing stuff is because the paycheck's there. And, you got to sometimes understand that if a big company is paying for content that you love, why not? You know, it's just that, yeah, it's true. There are sometimes when it's too, just too much. But, anyways, thanks, guys. Um, Do I do a live band scan on these streams? Sometimes I do. Maybe we could do it tonight if you guys want. We could maybe. All I need to do is plug in the audio cable, and I could actually do one. And we could do a band scan, even show because I have the right now. I've got the H501 here, which has an audio out, which is nice. On a higher frequencies, the Yaesu is better. But we can just we can do something. So pretty cool. FMDXing. Rob Drader channel is doing FMDXing. Thank you, Richard, for the $5 and Rad Radio DXer for the £2. It's much appreciated. Once again, you guys are invited to the Zoom meeting. Hey, Jerry, is that propagation or procreation that is interesting in the fall? All of it together. Ken Michaels, each radio has its own characteristics on noise and sensitivity, and it's kind of interesting when you look at it. MDK2, 3 hours down, 3 hours and 15 minutes for a new record. There should be a dating app for Greyline matching. Kamikaze 76, thank you for the money. It's much appreciated, and happy you to be here too. Chaz Tank, nice to have you here from Louisville, Kentucky. What do we have? Another reason KW61 11 for the Equinox expeditions for the state bird of Florida, the mosquito, are in decline. Yeah, I hear it's the same. Yesterday, just to give you an idea, so the Ukrainian festival changed place a couple of years ago, and it's in a big park, which is very. It's almost a forest, and I couldn't just notice how there were so many mosquitoes last night. It was like I was going nuts. It's like, oh, please stop biting me. But yeah, as we get colder, that also is a very positive thing. So MDK2, when I have Equinox, Greyline is direct to India. Yeah, because you guys. So our friend Matt, let's put down the microphone. Our friend Matt is. I don't know if I do. Do you guys see this? Yeah. Our friend Matt is somewhere here. So that Greyline will move from there to here, which means this part will move from there to India. Absolutely. which gives you opportunities for India, Pakistan, areas that are tough, but enhanced thanks to this Greyline propagation. That I will agree with Krieg and DXer. I've seen a lot of I follow tons and tons of different YouTube channels. And one of the things that I always say is two things I will say. YouTube needs to relax and do better things on ads. But also, you know what? Those 6-second ads, who's annoyed by a 6-second ad? Probably nobody. There should be a lot more of these 6 seconds. You don't want to have a 15 or 30 seconds, especially, and I've seen it on my YouTube channel, a video that's 2 minutes and 30 seconds as a 1-minute ad. What? Doesn't make sense. A 2-minute video should have a 6-second ad. You know what? A 6-second ad, people would just like, it's okay. But put a 1-minute ad in front of a 2-minute video? Come on. Nobody's going to like that. KW1161 is receiving CBRs on 27555, which is the out-of-band calling frequency, actually. Sheila, wow, this is weird. An ad just ran, and when the stream returned, the live feed timeline went back about an hour. Yeah, there's these weird things about YouTube sometimes. James Farley, why does CHU on 14670 rarely come in? I don't get it. So this is part of propagation. So depending on where you are, remember, okay, where is CHU located? CHU location is not far from Montreal. It's somewhere here on the west of here, the little house. The higher the frequency you're using, the more the skip zone is large. So, an example. Let me put my cable on. Do I have the cable for the audio? It was going here. It must be here somewhere. I just want you guys to hear it. Yeah, it's here, I think. This is where it's all about. Audio. Oops. What's this? Here we go. Okay. So I found a cable. I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to show you with the line out. Okay, here it does. So I'm in Montreal. Montreal is located about 100 miles, 120 kilometers from CHU transmitter site. So 3330 is pretty much almost a 24-hour signal here. So any time of day or night, I get it. 7850 is very strong right now, and that is a characteristic of high solar activity. In low solar activity, I almost never hear it. Why? Because the skip zone is large, and I'm just over it. But with high solar activity, the skip zone kind of becomes a little smaller. So I'm hearing. So this is 7850. I never. So this is 14670, which means it's not there. Why don't I hear 14670? Because on that such a high frequency, the skip zone is very large. So within a certain distance around Ottawa, forget it. It's never coming in. Usually when I see people hearing 14670, they're really far away, like people in Florida, Texas, or Europe. But it all has to do with the skip zone. But that skip zone changes. Propagation E skip, very high solar activity, lower solar activity, changes the size of the skip zone all the time. I've had one occasion, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, somebody sent me an email. He was living in the state of New York and he had never heard 14670. And he says, it's coming in so strong. I'm amazed. And I tuned and I heard a super powerful signal. Why? Some phenomenon on the ionosphere was making it skip very shallow. So it's like it came down over Montreal. It lasted a couple of hours and it just ended. The only time I've heard CHU so strong at 14670. It really has to do with the skip zone and with so the distance you are. And remember, it's a general rule that is often working. Skip zone means that the higher the frequency, the more distance you'll have to be from a transmitter to hear it. Different gear. Is it cold there now? I noticed you're wearing a jumper. Yeah, I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt. It's cold. Today's kind of cold. It's 13 Celsius, which is like not even 60 Fahrenheit. We have a cool day today, but you're going to come back to the 70s and 80s. Danny Shortwave, when I do streams, I leave the ad setting to default, which is balance every 30 minutes. Yeah, that's what I do too. But I notice that sometimes they override it for some reason. But turn it, check on the pizza. Yeah, I need to check it out and make sure that it's being checked about. Somebody is supposed to check it right now, but I don't know if they're doing it. What about that? Pizza time. So I hope you guys don't mind that I eat a little bit while I'm doing the show, because it might be a good idea. So this is a frozen pizza, so it's like, I don't expect to be that great. Blogger Die, CHU on 7850, Boeing in and Virginia. Matt's got CHU on 14670 most every day because you're further away, so you're out of the skip zone. That's pretty cool. I like people saying, check your pizza. Let's try it. Okay. Blogger Die, 14670 right now, nothing. But I do get this frequency roll sometimes. Yeah. PT Radio, I did not know about 14670. Yep. Hot pizza, too much, and a cold drink. Oh, Chance Tank, I got pizza stains on a lot of stuff. 57 Steve says 14670 coming out loud and clear in Southeast Georgia. Thomas 14670 coming in loud and clear in Southeast Georgia. Sorry, Thomas barely coming in upstate New York. Blue Sky, nice to have you here from Greenville, South Carolina, enjoying the show. Cool. James Farley. FT8. Cool, Chastang. Haggis. Really? Haggis as a pizza topping in Scotland? Every time I hear haggis, I know it's some kind of like traditional dish, but every time I hear haggis is always in The Simpsons when the caretaker of the school is like, get your haggis, your haggis. Jim F, not to have you here from Rhode Island. I think this is the first me eating on the live show. Done in 1967. It's disgusting. What, haggis? I don't know. Yeah, apparently in Scotland, different Gear TV. You know, it all depends on what we want to eat, because there's stuff that for some people looks like, oh, it's horrible, and others are like, oh, this, I just love it. Personal taste is, and each country and each county, not just country, even each state and county and whatever have these, unique little things. Thank you, London 1966 Mm, Danny Shortwave. I always order pepperoni pizza. That's what I like. I mean, I eat every kind. If I'm somewhere and somebody orders, you know, um, all dressed or whatever, or even vegan. Look, I'll eat it, no problem. But this is what I like: pepperoni. So this is a store bought pizza. So this afternoon I went to the grocery and I was like, okay, I get to a place where we have Dr. Ortker. I don't know if you guys have that in the States. I don't know where it's sold, but anyways, the frozen pizzas were $3.97. And I thought, for $3, $4, one night when you don't want to actually cook food, it's okay. I'm actually surprised for $3.97 how it tastes. But I'm mostly a local pizzeria kind of guy, so Montreal pizza is very good. But at local pizzerias, you got there's tons of local places around here that have amazing pizza. Cool London 19657. Hey, Fred Water, pizza time. Unfortunately, there's no virtual pizza. That's sad. Um, it's Casa di Mama. So the company that makes it is Dr. Artker, which is a big company from, I believe, from Europe. But the pizza name, the brand that they have on the box is Casa di Mama. Fred Water, and nice to have you here, by the way. Sorry, guys. I don't want to look like a pig, but it really is good right now. I think I was hungry. Does gluten-free pizza taste different? Mike WX50. I've never. I don't think I've never tasted something gluten-free. I know for some people it's important. Rob's Raider channel. That is the best pizza you can do. When you make your own pizza from scratch, that is the best. I make my pizza dough, which is like a bread dough, and I put my own toppings on it. Oh man, nothing beats that. James Farley, pizza with a firmware update. That's coming soon in the future near you. You know, I'm still surprised we don't have a oven that's connected to the internet that tells you take this, that, put it here, and just press the button that goes on the internet that says this is exactly how it cooks and have it perfect. Yeah, Dr. Otker Casa di Mama, Danny Shortwave. $3.97 today. That's kind of a very cheap supper. And I'm surprised. No healthy food available. Okay. Well, for a lot of people, it sounds bad, but I have had cauliflower um, lasagna at a friend's house that is a vegan. And I was like, you know, when I heard the name, I thought, oh God, this is going to be horrible. And when I eat it, I was like, this is actually really good, honestly. Oh, gel. Yeah, I've had that. There's sometimes I have here in Canada we got a thing called Good Food, which is a food what is it? A recipe delivery service, if we can call it. They put all the you choose the recipes and then they put all the thing in a box and you have food for a week. And I've had their naan bread pizzas, which are very surprising. Rob, that would be a first. Using some circuit that a pizza is tuning to shortwave. That'd be great. Jerry Hart, here the local pizzerias are pushing the chains out. You know what? Here in Montreal, you guys don't know a fact here in Montreal. When Pizza Hut, which is a U.S. brand, came to Montreal, we were so used to our local pizzerias that are, and I tell you, I'm not joking, every two corner streets, we have a pizzeria. Montreal is amazing for that. Pizza Hut actually had a pizza eating uh, kind of lab where they would ask, and there were thousands of people from Montreal that went to their labs and said, okay, which pizza you like. Once they actually had all of that, they opened Pizza Hut in Montreal, which became quite popular. Why? Because they knew we were tough on pizza and they really needed to have the best pizza if they wanted to survive. Jim Garden, purpley here is the doner kebab, grilled sliced meat. Okay. Different guy gear TV. Casa de Mama Pizza, about €5 in Spain. Huh, that's interesting. They're made by a European company, right? I think Dr. Oetker is a European company. Yes, London. We talked about radio a long time ago. Hmm, crushed peppers would be good. New shortwave California pizza brand cauliflower crust pizza. You're good. Chastang, Joe, I had a cauliflower crisp pizza. Couldn't tell it was a cauliflower. Yeah, I couldn't too. Like or die, yeah. Well, mine come from the Gilligan Island. Remember that Gilligan Island episode? Well, Gilligan gets an AM radio station on his fillings or something. Oh yeah, when Pizza Hut came here, they did a big survey because they knew that if they wanted to be popular in the market, you have to compete with the best of the best of Montreal, and that's how they did a very successful business, actually. Hey, Joseph, nice to have you here from San Francisco Bay. Eating pizza. I'm sorry. I need you. M7CUN, Bristol, UK. You know, Texan should build a pizza oven with shortwave radio. The local Chastang, the local Pizza Hut we had here, I liked because it tasted different. And what I liked is that they had a pizza buffet where you could go and eat different types of pizzas. Shut down a couple of months ago. Actually, London, you know what? Undersea cables are what's bringing this to all together. Only 10% of all the internet is satellite based. 90% is undersea cable based or land based. Any shortwave. The Otker Group, Otker is 100% family owned and has been based in Bielefeld, Germany since its founding in 1891. So there you go. I'm hearing, look, you guys in Europe, I'm participating in the European Union by eating one of your pizzas. It can get more worldly than this. And I'm surprised, honestly, of the taste. I do have an accent. I am French Canadian. My first language learned is French. And I started learning English. Started learning English, I was about 5 or 6 because on the street where I lived back then, I had so we had the area I lived is mainly French Quebecois for French Canadian for those that like it better. But on the streets, there is a lot of Italian and Greek communities. So my landlord back then, the landlord where my parents lived, where I lived, was Italian. The people in the back were Italian. The people on the other side were Greek. And so if I wanted to interact, English was the language. Um, Even though Italians spoke French, I became French. I became French. I became friend. Sorry, yes, I became friends with a Italian, which was my age at 7 or 8 years old, He did not speak one word of French. So I learned English so we could be friends. And, at 5 or 6, it's the time to learn languages. That's where your brain works well. So I learned English from the street, from that interaction with Italian. There was an Italian, um, so like there was my Italian friend, which was Johnny, and there was a, oh man, what do you call him? Twins. So there was Italian twins on the other house. We would always play together. I'd be in French all day long at my school and my friends, and the rest of my time would be English with my Italian friends. And I still remember the mom of Johnny, which was telling me, Gilles, talk French with Johnny so he learns French. And I was like, no, I'm happy. I'm learning English. I'm happy. I'm going to be bilingual. This is great. This is why I'm here. Is because I lived a life where English came through my life very early. And, I think I've got a decent English for a guy that's in a very francophone and has as a first language French. French is really my first language. So I'm a French Canadian, technically. Ray, fun fact: Wendy in the USA had pizza supper bar 5 p.m. and can see ads for it. I saw on YouTube. Wow. Yeah, London. The majority of the internet still works, and you know why? Because satellite being in a very high orbit in the sky has a lot of latency, so it's not a good thing. And satellite communications is expensive, so the majority of the internet is happening on Earth through land and sea cables all the time. There are tons of big undersea cables. Google has a ton of them in the Atlantic Ocean and Pacific to make sure that everything is working well. Chastang, I will miss that because I did enjoy the Pizza Hut buffet. It was great, and what is nice about it is you could taste pizzas you would not order. Usually, when you order pizza, you order the pizza you like. But there it's you can try different pizzas and see if you like some better. It was great. Thank you, Joseph, for the donation. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Danny Shortwave. Funny thing, Joel, I never heard of that brand. Now I'm going to order some from Instacart. Here it's popular. It's everywhere in the grocery stores. That there's quite a few, and I have a hard time with, usually with frozen pizzas. I'm a fan of my local pizzeria. So but today was like, yeah, I'm Joe's Groceries, and I thought about the show tonight. I was like, yeah, you're gonna cook supper after that live show, and I thought, well, I'll put a frozen pizza in the oven. Takes 15 minutes and it works. And I am absolutely surprised at the taste, honestly. Oh, apparently we got to celebrate. YouTube tells me we have to celebrate because it's the 20th super chat donation while we are in a live show. Okay. Fred Water says, Shell, your English is better than many English speakers I know. Yeah. There was a video because, there's always these idiots on YouTube that try to pin you down. So one guy said, I don't understand half of what he's saying. That English is so bad. And the next comment from some other guy said, he speaks better English than most Americans. And I was like, okay. Undersea cables dominate the internet service. Of course, Elon Musk is trying to change that. Yeah, Starlink. Starlink is low orbit, so the latency is better. Still, a Starlink, um, a Starlink monthly service is very expensive compared to anything else. Trustin wants popcorn. Let's go for it. Joseph says there's a new QSDR in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Oh, that's going to be an interesting one to listen to for sure. Ray works in the food store, so he knows how it is. Cool. V5 SAR undersea cables is where it's at for internet. There are quite a few multi 100 terabytes per second cables out there. So, yep, absolutely. You know, it's crazy when you think about it. You might be in Europe watching this, and this feed is going through like thousands of meter deep cable going up to Europe. That is the most amazing thing you can think about. You know, the internet. Joseph, you speak good English because of all the radio. That also helps. Well, the radio and the TV. My mom, you know what? My mom is um, francophone too, but the programs she would listen to mostly were on American channels. She liked old shows. Okay, I'm going to name a few, and you guys are going to be like, "Oh wow!" Those that are a little older like me, and I would listen to shortwave. So imagine the concept. So I had my shortwave radio, my headphones, because I don't want to mess up anything in the house. My mom would watch TV, and on TV, um, a very good example of where I'm going to go to is I was listening to Radio RSA, interval signal from South Africa. And as I'm listening, I have one earphone off, one on. Why? I'm listening to Radio RSA and I'm listening to the TV because I'm also interested. And my mom was watching Alice, then was watching One Day at a Time, then was watching The Jeffersons. I'm sure a lot of you relate to that. So that was the Sunday night. This was a Sunday night lineup, by the way. And I couldn't resist. I had to listen to, you know, South Africa, but I had to listen to all of those shows that she was watching. Yeah, Kiss My Grits. And I grew up with that because we had cable, and my mom was watching all of these shows on U.S. television. And she enjoyed that, and I enjoyed that too. It's like for me, Alice, One Day at a Time, which was very out there for the time. One Day at a Time was one of those shows where it's like, a um a woman that got divorced and that, her girl is like stuck in drugs and stuff. Is that was really out there for 1980 something. So I don't know. Chastain Shell, as long as I have been here, I've never had trouble understanding you. And this comes from a guy with an Eastern Kentucky accent. When I listen to the CB bands and I hear these guys from Texas and everything, it's like, whoa, that is out there and tough to listen to and hear. And I don't know what you're talking about. V5SAR. Today's lesson 10.5 Molson Dry opens your mind. It always does. I'm the guy, if you drink with a guy, I'm the guy that's probably, and I don't know how many times people told me that. It's like, if I want to drink with someone, I want to drink with you. It's always fun. It's never negative. It's like you're just funner and better and better as time goes by. I'm like, yeah, the hungover in the morning is not as good, but yeah, I'm like my mom. My mom was like that. It's like when she drank, she had fun, and I'm the kind of guy that if I drink, I have fun too. Yeah, I'm playing with my hair because I'm seeing it in the camera. I was like, well, it's all fluffy. uh God, kiss my grits. Yeah. Oh, WKRP. I got a story with that too. Um, MASH. Kevin Michael, MASH. My mom watched MASH. I watched with my mom the last MASH episode that was like heartbreaking and so emotional. Ah, God. Joseph says it's because time stopped in 2000. All millenniums are over 20. Yeah. Fred Waterer, I worked in a call center 1 month. I was taking calls and sending them to sales for the service. I get a call from the deep south and have no idea what they're saying. Sales it is. Kevin Michael, Alice, One Day at a Time, Jeffersons. Remember all those shows? Yeah, MASH was also a show my mom watched a lot. MASH. WKRP, I enjoyed. And by the way, if you guys want to watch WKRP today, they're all on YouTube. You can go on YouTube and just put WKRP. They're all there. I watched the WKRP. Why? When I came back home from school in the late 70s, early 80s, I wanted to watch Scooby Doo. And for some odd reason, the station that played Scooby Doo before Scooby Doo was WKRP. So, you know what happened? I watched WKRP. I came home, watched WKRP, then came on Scooby Doo. And that was maybe 10, 11, 12 years old. Swatcats Alice series was based on the film Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. Stars Linda Lavin. Yep. Amazing. Joseph. CB Mans have an amazing spectrum of accents, and it's totally awesome to listen to as an English speaker. Maybe it's hard when it's not your first language. This is, I will say this, you guys in the United States have state accents that are very interesting. I like the Boston accent, which is very unique in pronunciation. Of course, South Texas, so on. But you know what? I think it's all the diversity of how it happened because here in Canada, uh, there is, if we look at the French Quebecois or French Canadian talk and compared to the French from France, because we all descended from there, there's a huge difference. French from Quebec is like Texas English and Northern State English. It's extremely different. So there are times when French from France will say, "Well, it's a hard time. It's difficult to understand a Quebec francophone accent." It's the same thing. We have this different way. It's just moved into a different direction, and we have all of these words and pronunciations that just changed. Hashtag, that's another reason my show's popular. King of the X, I remember MASH, WKRP in Cincinnati, Cheers, Seinfeld, King of Queens. Seinfeld. Seinfeld is another show. I've never would have watched Seinfeld if it wasn't for my mom. Jerry Hart. Yeah, here we have something called, what is it called? We have a cable channel called, oh, I'm trying to remember the name. And it was a channel that just plays old times, like, one of the shows I loved when I was young was Three's Company. Three's Company, I would watch all the time. I just found that show so great and so funny. Keegan DXer, when my dad worked at CBS WISC TV3 Madison, Wisconsin, when KRP came on CBS, all non-essential work came to a halt. David says, I have to say that a nice part of my learning of English is indissoluble associated to radio. Listening to the bands, later on making QSOs, all really helped in giving that fine tune. Cool. Cool. Just thank yeah. That turkey bit is amazing. Oh yeah, Stripes with Bill Murray. I remember that. I remember that. Just amazing. Yeah, Acadian French. I had a friend of mine that came from New Brunswick and it was Acadian French. And it was like, wow, so different, so unique, and sound. Absolutely. It's the same as the US English, which sounds so different from state to state, you know? New York accent. We have a guy comes here regularly, Eric Cottrell, which is near Boston, and every time I hear him pronounce certain words, it always strikes me as how, man, this is so different from all the English I hear all the time. Which is that? It's a New York accent. My WS 50. Jan Smithers was a hottie and she worked in radio. What could be better? Tristan, I'm from Newfoundland, so accents just covered. Just ask any Canadian. Yep. Yep. Kevin Michael, I know about the Boston accent. My mom is from Boston. My Italian Boston auntie, I know. Keegan, most of not all of my dad's side are of Wisconsin accent. A few in my family from Massachusetts. One of whom I've heard a bit of both states' accents. Yeah. Oh, Cheers. Absolutely. Cheers was a great show. My mom didn't watch Cheers much, though. I don't know why. Well, it's a bar thing. I don't know. Maybe it's a bar guy thing. Was Cheers? There's a question, an honest question. I know we're not into radio right now, but we're having fun. An honest question: would Cheers be more popular with guys because it was a guy bar show? I'm curious about that one. These guys had better like the New York accents. Jerry Hart, I live on the border, so I hear local accent, which is Midwestern and Canadian. Oh man. My WS50, anybody remember the Things Were Rotten Robin Hood comedy in 70s? Wow. EM7 Dim 9. There is a standard Canada accent, though. From a US point of view, at least, it's the one that is more Scottish influenced versus the French one. I've first of all, if I look at my English throughout Canada, I can't say I can hear that much of a difference between Canadian provinces' English. That is interesting. There's a lot more in the US, that's for sure. Dynasty. Oh my God. Dynasty. My mom watched Dynasty, but in French. That was very interesting because we had a French translation of Dynasty here on TV. Yep. Trees Company was based on the British show. Absolutely. I remember reading about that. Oh, really? Stripes was filmed in Louisville, Kentucky. Oh, absolutely, David. I don't speak much Spanish, but when you listen to the Spanish from Mexico, from Spain, from it is definitely a whole different world. Yeah, I remember that scene. Kilometer 61 when Elaine eats the 7-year-old cake. I like different. It's how do you talk about subjects without really mentioning a subject? I'll always remember the Seinfeld episodes of Master of My Domain. It's like, how do you talk about something that can't be really talked too much on a network TV, but still everybody just understands where we are at? Oh man, Cheers is better. My dad watched that show. Yeah, I think it was a guy's show, pretty much. Take care, Jerry Hart. It's nice to have you on board. Ian McFarlane defines the Canadian accent for me. Oh, really, Black and Die? Night Court was a good show. V5. I'm out. I'm out. Oh, Spongeworthy. That's a good one too, Keegan. Spongeworthy. Are you Spongeworthy? Especially when she goes into that. I love that episode when she goes into that pharmacy. He's like, how many you got? Um, well, many boxes. Oh, I'll take one. I'll take two. I'll take 10. I'll take them all. Yeah, Michael, do you ever watch CHCH, the Channel 11 in Milton, Ontario? No, binoculars. The Monty Pythons. Yeah, that is. I mean, come on. That's classic. Monty Python is classic. Podcast, another series in the US was based on a British series called Sanford and Son. The show from Britain was called Steptoe and Son. Huh. Key in the X, I remember Seinfeld episode cold open where Elaine notices all the presets on Putty's car radios were Christian radio rock station. Yeah. Oh man. So memories. We talk about so many things here. Oh, All in the Family. All in the Family. My mom watched that. That was also a show that was groundbreaking, talking about stuff that you never talk on TV. I can tell you that. All in the Family was just groundbreaking in its time. It's the worst thing about today. I have the impression we're reverting back. We were groundbreaking and doing so much stuff that were just unheard of. And today we do the same talk, and all we hear is somebody's offended. I mean, come on. It's just crazy. Archie Bunker. Yeah, Archie Bunker. You know what? I had a little moment of emotion a couple of months back. I was watching YouTube stuff. So I like to go to YouTube for the like it's like the time machine that it provides, seeing stuff from the past. and I heard the theme song of All in the Family, and I was watching a little bit of Archie Bunker, and my mom just came back to me suddenly one night with that, and I was like very, I came very emotional. It's like it brings me back to a place in time long ago, but for a moment, you know how you guys notice that certain things, our brain is so amazing at just putting us in that time slot with the sounds, the odors, the feel of it. I had that. And I was like, wow, wow, this is emotional for a moment. It's as if I was 14 again or something. Just crazy. Barney Miller, Meathead, Stanford Son. Podcast, man, that episode when Edith was being raped in her own home was hard to watch. Yeah, it's crazy. Key and DXing, remember Family Guy did reference to All in the Family and credit style cheers using Seinfeld team music. Columbo, of course. Columbo. One of the things from that was playing on the CBC here in French, they had a French version of it. Um, Daniel Boone. Daniel Boone. You guys remember that? That wood fairing guy? I don't know what. Oh, my God. RGA Dakota, nice to have you here. I didn't change it. It's temporary for today. It was because I had the Ukrainian festival yesterday, and I didn't want to miss anything about it. So I pushed the show to Sunday so I could go to the Ukrainian festival. So, yeah, Daniel Boone was a man. He could just throw an axe and split a tree in two. With an axe, you just split a tree in two. Hey, that's a man. That is the representation of a man. Oh man, just crazy. Here in Montreal, TV back in the day. You know what, guys? We're gonna continue on. You guys want to continue? We're having fun. We're talking about different things. We're gonna come back to shortwave, of course. I just drank my beer. How about I take another one and we continue? You guys want to have that, or you want me to say goodbye? I need to have love. Yes, continue, please. Um, but oh man, there's. I will tell you guys what CBC looked like in the early '80s, and what we would be listening to on Canadian television in general back in the day. So I'm going to go get my other beer, and we're going to talk about Canadian TV of the '70s and '80s. Okay, Matt says beer. Okay, okay, okay. Hey, Nancy, thank you for being a new subscriber. Nice to have you here. Hope you're enjoying the show. Cool. I'm getting my beer now. Oh, Benny Hill, of course. Benny Hill is a classic. Benny Hill is a classic. So, hello there. We are live, apparently. I don't remember what this is. I guess it's a show about divorce. So, anyways, last one. I don't have another one after this, so, which is okay because I'm going to be completely, but I'm okay for now. So, welcome aboard talking about old shows, TVs, life, and shortwave radio, which is all of it together, actually, honestly. Moosehead. Oh yeah, I've seen that, Justin. I've seen Moosehead. Absolutely. I don't think I've ever had one though. Okay. Kamikaze extended shows always appreciated. Thank you so much. Well, talking of extended shows, if you like that and you enjoy what's happening, you can do a super chat and give me a little something or PayPal donation. You know, guys, how many guys you know would go live, talk for hours like this? Hours. You know? Think about it. Might be a good idea to, you know, whatever donation you do, it's fine. It doesn't matter. The amount, it doesn't matter. You know, it's kind of a thank you for what you do. And it's always appreciated. Okay. So, can I do some karaoke? No, it's going to block the, I'm going to do the, if I do a karaoke here, what's going to happen is I'm going to have a copyright strike. Every time I've done it, copyright strike. So, I really not. Apparently, I sing well enough that YouTube recognizes what song it is. So, in Canadian television, back in the day, thank you, Mike WDX, for the tip for overtime. And Justin, I'm happy. Pretty cool. Blogger Guy says I would run out of material for a live show in 4 minutes. Well, you know, there's a mix of different things in here because when you get into a live show, first of all, you got to think about it. What are you going to talk about? You got to have some stuff. The other thing is you've got to you get some feedback and some info from the comments also out there, for sure. But here we're going very large right now. So Ken Michael, remember CBMT on 6 Montreal have QSL from the 90s. They QSL'd? TV channels QSL'd? I would have done that back in the day if I knew about it. Come on. Joseph, right on. Happy you're staying on, enjoying the show today. Phil Tube, nice to have you here. Texun PL 660. Great radio, man. I'll tell you that. So, back in the day, TV was in the French side on Sundays. That was the Sunday was like the the special moment because you're like going back to school in the morning, going back to work or whatever, and we had and that was so popular on. Hey, Ricky, nice to have you back. Oh, bonjour. Maybe you'll remember what I'm talking about and just getting into about. Oh yeah, Blues Brothers, Keegan. So on Canadian TV on Sunday night, we had the wonderful world of Disney. It was like the moment and the thing that we would watch with like a movie or any types of programming from that. It was that on Sunday nights. It's a wonderful world of Disney at like 8 p.m. or something. And it was like that was the Sunday night where everybody would just sit down and watch TV. and it was on Canadian TV too. It was like the CBC would just broadcast that. It was the Sunday night TV would watch all the time. Wow, it's interesting. I don't want to offend anyone, but when I got older, I was like, why are we rebroadcasting a US, and you guys might understand what I mean here, without offense, because I mean, Wonderful World of Disney was amazingly good. Why isn't there a Wonderful World of Canada something? I thought about that a few times. I was like, why are we rebroadcasting US stuff when we could actually have our own stuff? And I thought about that a few times. Um, but then again, you might complain about it. I don't think anybody's going to say that Wonderful World of Disney was not great. It was good. It was great. You know. Yeah, that's the thing, Joseph. It's like, US media, US um, just sells itself. And, you know, Canada joined in. And, think about it also. Another thing about it is maybe Radio Canada or CBC back then didn't want to spend too much money on its own content. It's cost a lot of money to make your own content. So, hey, we're buying Wonderful World of Disney. It doesn't cost us that much money. And, we're having a show for Sunday night. Cheers. So this is my fourth 10% beer. So if I do pass out, which I will not, and I bought this beer just for tonight, by the way. So there it goes. Extended show. 24 hours. Yeah, 10%. Wowza. I know. And Dines, nice to have you here. Andrew Galloway, nice to have you here. Pretty cool to have you on board after what we're at 4 hours and 14 minutes. So I guess it's missing just 2 hours. I'm not sure I'm going to beat the record, but anyways, let's continue. Saturday morning cartoons. Oh, talking about DX, about radio waves, because that's pretty much what we do. Justin G, cheers. When I was old enough, so of course I told you guys my English comes from my next door neighbor, which spoke. They were Italian and only spoke English, and they had cable. I don't know how it came. I don't know how it came to be, but I actually came to a point where I started playing with the antennas, maybe because I'd see the ID on their TVs, like, WPTZ, Channel 5, and so on. We had a 26-inch color TV, and I would play with the rabbit ears in a funky way to get the channels. And I would get WPTZ Channel 5 out of Burlington, Vermont, with the Bugs Bunny hour and all of that. And I would be so freaking happy. And I still remember my mom coming in the living room while I'm playing with the rabbit ear saying, "You're going to break the TV. Don't do that. You're going to break the TV." It's like, you don't break a TV because you're trying to find stations. But man, that was the first start of DXing. You know what? I would not just enjoy my Saturday morning cartoons. I was realizing that I was also receiving a TV station from across the border of the United States, which was like, this is so cool. I'm getting my cartoons direct from a station across the border. I would realize that even at my 8 or 9 or 10 years of age that I was doing this. So it added to it. It added to not only am I getting my cartoons, but it's so cool. I'm getting it from like far away. So I already had that DX bug, I guess. When I think about it today, like Mike WX50 says, DXing cartoons. I was DXing cartoons. I was happy to hear and get that image, which was, of course, with, a little bit of snow in it, but it was still good enough to watch my cartoons. And it was just so cool. And so, when we say about how DXing is in us and we are amazed at getting a station from far away, well, it goes far. It means that at 9 or 10 years old, I was already into it's so cool to DX a television station on a 26-inch TV we had. Watching my cartoons, my Saturday morning cartoons. And add to that in the wintertime, once in a while, my mom would be baking donuts. Oh man, that souvenir of I'm 9 or 10 years old, funk the antennas, watched cartoons, and got a couple of really good warm donuts that was just baked. Yeah, I can. I'm talking about it, and I can kind of. I'm in the feel and the smell and the moment of this. It's just amazing. Oh man, what a great memory. My WX50, you have to put aluminium and fall on the ends of the rabbit ears. I was in wires. I had cables all over the place. So I would just not clip. I would just put wires on the rabbit ears and try all sorts of patterns. What works? James Farley, when I was young, maybe 5, I used to stand in front of the TV and the reception would change. I thought I had magical powers. You know what? What was very, very intriguing to me, because here, since we are, and I lived not far from here when I was young, we are in a plane route. So they go to the airport. I was always amazed at how a plane would pass by and then the TV signal would fade in and out and fade into a point where it was almost crystal clear. And I just tried to figure out what's happening until I understood that the plane's metal frame would reflect the VHF, UHF signals of TV channels and improve them, or depending on it, it's moving. And I always was amazed with that. I was like, oh, wow, this is so cool. Ricky Long says the only U.S. commercial station I could get reliably was WVNY 22 ABC. I guess I was also TVDXing at an early age. Also grateful to get two PBS station, WETK 33 and WCFT. I would get 33, WETK 33, because I wanted to watch Sesame Street. When I was about 9 or 10, I wanted to watch Sesame Street, and WETK at Sesame Street in the afternoon. Actually, you guys are going to laugh at me, okay? I will give you a moment to laugh at me. I'm 11, and there's Sesame Street late in the afternoon on the PBS station, 33. But at that time, we have cable, by the way. So it's clear. But 1 hour before, there was this, I don't remember what's the name of that show. It was a 1 hour yoga thing. There was this woman making these really freaking weird patterns with her body. And I would sit down on the mat in front of the TV, and I was like, okay, I'm going to do the same patterns. And of course, which I couldn't. But every freaking day, I would sit down on my mat, do the patterns of that yoga, whatever, and then watch Sesame Street. Oh, God. It's just so funny. I don't know what that show was, but man, that yoga woman is like, it's impossible. I don't have a body to do that type of move. Oh man, watching TV DXing was fun though in the analog days. Honestly, Andrew Galloway, Texan PL 680, thinking of buying one. Any advice on this radio? And what do you have right now? It's a good radio, by the way. It is a good radio. Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. Oh yeah, that was also another one. Yes, yes, they were both on on Sunday. Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom and Disney on Sunday. You are right, Fred Waterer. Youch. Man, this is just so amazing. Ah, God. Yogi, nice to have you here. Happy Monday. We're still Sunday night here. Joseph, I got a radio with Direction Finder from Craigslist the other day. So far, it doesn't receive that well, so it's not that useful. Too much RF here. God. Like WDX sounds like DXing my Kansas Chiefs games on the distance. A lot of times I mostly saw just moving snow. Oh God. Ken Michael growing up in Los Angeles would get to San Diego and Mexico. That was my first DX on TV. Oh man, the Roadrunner, Bugs Bunny, yeah, all of that. All of that. Pepe Le Pew. Pepe Le Pew, which would be in our sensitive times a sexual harassment case. Oh God. Keegan the X-Star when Letterman was at NBC, he referred to WPTZ's Canadian audience saying WPTZ. Yeah. Yeah, because here we say Z. It's isn't one of those awkward things. It's like, WPTZ or WPTZ. I don't know. For me, a Z or a Z is the same thing. Anyways. Oh God. Amazing. So where are we at? Oh, we had that, Justin. We had those portable TVs, which were like, you know, I got one here. Do I have it here close? Let me check here. Yeah, I got it here close. Look at that, guys. I'm going to show you something. Talking about portable image devices. Look at this. I've had this for a few years now. So this is a portable HD TV, and comes with an amplified antenna. It's actually a really amplified antenna that is plugged to it. If I can find it, here we go. So this is the antenna, and let's put it here. And you turn it on. Now loading. I like the loading. It's very well spoken. Loading. Chinese stuff. What do you want? And then it goes on to TV. And you can watch. I don't know if I'm going to catch anything. There we go. There's football. Apparently, if I could put the antenna in a proper position, there's football. Pixelated football, which on this channel. But let's try to see if we get anything clear. Oh, the battery's dead. I gotta charge it. That's good. Sorry, guys. It's not charged. But anyways, I got this portable HD TV, which is, okay. I mean, I had it for like $40, so I was like, $40. What the hell? I'm gonna try it. It's a Chinese-made thing, but it's interesting, you know. Nothing special, no DX on this, unfortunately. Yeah, I like the loading. LODINJ. Yeah, loading. Yeah, okay. Just amazing. Today's show brought to you by the letter. No, today's show brought to you by the letter SWL. Why? Because of a shortwave. You're a shortwave listener, aren't you? That ring is a marriage. I'm married. James. Man. Just love to listen to, RRI on 11/6/20, 9/7/30 is not available. By the way, Shortwave Archive. Because of budget cuts, the RRI, Radio Romania, is only on one frequency. Let's try it. Do I have it here? Yep, got it here. 11/6/20. If you guys want to hear what it sounds like in Montreal. Radio Romania International.
His career spans more than 70
on the Texun H501X.
Covering various genres from folk music, tango and folk to jazz and romance music. To start with, here he is with a tune titled Who Knows How to Love.
Oh, that's interesting. RRI is Radio Romania International, Joseph. So that's Radio Romania. Okay, 11/6/20 in English. Right now, 0:30. How about you guys try? Let's try it.
And many days.
Yeah, and it's really difficult even for
Radio
the
Slovakia
school
English
to maybe determine how to act,
15770.
or if they should call the police. The police is also confused because they don't know
So Radio
how
Slovakia
to locate
English
the person or
15770.
persons who are sending out these emails, and it's just really
strong tonight.
overwhelming for everybody. schools, police, government. I think everybody.
And I think it's really, for me, kind of comforting that the police are taking it seriously, that it's being treated as an act of terrorism. And if they do catch the perpetrator, they can face 25 years to life in jail. So this is really serious. And we mentioned just schools, but I think courts have got it, or I can't even imagine if you send it to a hospital.
Yeah, for sure.
The impact of that.
And what's interesting is that in Czech Republic, because it's happening there as well, and apparently they are trying not to intervene into the education.
There's a channel 292, Justin
disrupt
G,
it as least,
which
as
is
little as
on
possible. But in Slovakia, they are really
3955,
like making sure to evacuate
9670,
the student, making sure that the
and
students are okay, even though it's just
6070.
a threat for now.
That comes from
Well,
out of Germany.
I think you mentioned the students, they could be happy. I think they also could be a little bit annoyed because, frankly, this week they don't do anything. The first day of school, the kids got lunch at 10:30 and they were sent home after that. You know, next week when we have to learn, come on.
Yeah, but imagine if you were in the shoes of the student, like how happy you would be.
Yes, any day off is a day off.
For sure.
And again, next week, though, is going to finally start Parliament again. And it's been a quiet summer. They call it in Slovakia Uhorkova sezon. What's that mean?
That's like a slow season.
Hey.
How would you call this in English?
I would say slow season. I always find it
season.
funny that Uhorkova season means cucumber season.
Yeah.
I never really understood that. But
Cucumber
it
season.
hasn't really been an Uhorkova sezon this year. It's been quite interesting in the politics.
Well, for sure, it was eventful, and especially the past week, I would say.
Well, I guess in getting ready to
I'm going
get
to try to
parliamentary
BBC on my
session started
YouTube, see
again,
if I hear
all
anything.
the parties are doing their best to get
So
noticed,
9510,
and there's a lot of fighting going on.
9895,
The
and
biggest one between
12095.
the Smer party and the PS, Progressive Slovakia party, where Smer and SNS, the government parties, are trying to recall Michal Šimečka as the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, which is, in a way, an unheard of thing, because it's a tradition that the leader of the opposition holds one of the deputy chairs of Parliament seats. And they want to recall him. They're accusing him that he's using the protests to incite violence and that his family has been receiving subsidies. On the other hand, Šimečka is returning the shots by saying that members of the government, their family receive it. They're just using this to cover for the other things that are going on in the country. Are you really threatened by this? To me, it seems like this is just
So
a lot of
BBC
normal political game playing, that they want to be in the news.
There's a slight BBC on 9895. And 12095. Nothing. The music you're hearing now is not that strong, but it's channel 292 out of 9670 out of Germany. Last night around 04 UT was coming in so strong, it was amazing. So 11620 Radio Romania once again, and 15770
that was created by his son,
Radio
Pavel
Slovakia
Gaspar.
via
And for
WRMA.
anybody who doesn't know, Pavel Gaspar is the newly appointed head of SIS, the Slovak Secret
Take care,
Service,
Tristan.
which is supposed to be apolitical. And now there's this bizarre fight about whether it's just because he bought the license for his father, or so there's a lot of different questions around this, and never a boring minute.
Yeah, I think. But this is also like the talk about the office package is so funny to me. I don't know why, but like it's just like a conspiracy theory. It seems to me, but it's not obviously like it's a valid thing to consider. But still, it's like this is.
You know,
what we
since
are
they went,
grasping at
David,
this
to
moment.
Yes, when we have many
to,
serious problems and this kind of stuff, and we're fighting with who owns that. Also,
since they went to digital TV here in North America, unless you got a really good receive, it's not the best, honestly. When's Pop Shop tonight, Master Players? So 98.95 is actually coming in decently from the BBC on 98 on my Yaesu FT-DX10, but not on the MLA 30 though, which is interesting. Pretty interesting. to hear that. So, I'm going to be interested when we get to our. Sorry, I'm just going to play around with this. When we get to our next schedule season, I mean, we're not that far off. Imagine we're should be better. Here we go. So when we get end of October, we're going to be in our B 2024 schedule season, which is amazing. Thinking about it, how we're moving ahead on shortwave. Yeah, but the problem with Twitch, it doesn't pay. Twitch helps, but Twitch doesn't pay. The copyright strike has a problem with the fact that I'm monetized, not because I'm on YouTube. On YouTube, if I was not monetized, for example, on YouTube, it wouldn't be a problem. It would just still, it would tell me, oh, there's a copyright. But the fact that I'm monetized stops the monetization as soon as there's any copyright strike. Chastang, take care. Always nice to see you. Interstellar Starman. I got hooked on shortwave in '66 on a Halicrafter, which was my first radio. And I was 12. I strung wire around the entire house, worked WWV like magic. Pretty cool. Take care, Keegan DXer. So, hey, we're 4 hours and 38 minutes. Like or die, first ad I ever saw in my local bank. Pretty cool. Yeah, because the ads are specific for audiences. So they're not everywhere all the time. It's pretty cool. Take care, Shortwave Archive. Andrew Galloway, anyone ever picked up Caravan Radio? I've seen some I've seen some posts of people hearing it, but it's a tough one. Yeah, YouTube is the only one that's a moneymaker. If Twitch and Twitch should do it. Twitch should embark in some kind of program. Why am I on YouTube, and why are a lot of people on YouTube? YouTube is the only network doing a partner program, which is great. Unfortunately, it's less interesting because, dang, they're paying less and less, and it's not YouTube's fault. YouTube does its best, but the problem is the ad sharing is getting complicated. Why is all the media going crazy? There's more and more. My YouTube ad is a share, and the company that puts ads on my YouTube videos has less money for other media. So all the money is being diluted with too many media to pay. So companies pay less and less across a big platform, a big pattern and a big choice. And that's the problem here. Yeah, I reviewed my U-loop long time ago. I'm pretty sure. Long time ago. It's here not far, actually. I should plug it in again and do stuff. Hey, Terrence, KD2ANN. Nice to have you here. So that's why, I've been a little more intense on asking for donations, because the amount of money given for a same amount of views is lower than it used to be. And so, my revenue on YouTube here is about 30% lower than it used to be, which is sad. No, Terrence, the show didn't move to Sunday. It's just because, exceptionally, yesterday was the Montreal Ukrainian Festival, which I love to attend. So I moved the show to Sunday. Exceptionally, this month, it's back to Saturdays next month. I was just going to tell you that. So once again, the YouTube super chat or donations, if you want, through PayPal, help a lot, and continue. How about we do a little bit of going back in time? Let's do the wait, the way back machine, and listen to maybe a few yeah, I know, Danny. I've been thinking about it. I don't know what to do. Should I not? Should I do? I was thinking of maybe changing okay, so how about do membership, and the membership has an extra or 2 extra live shows? I don't know. Would people be interested? What about you guys? Would you pay a monthly membership to my channel to have an extra or 2 extra YouTube? That's the question I'm asking. I'd be interested to know. Interstellar Starman, nice to have you here, and thank you for the donation. Andrew Galloway, thanks for the donation. Is much appreciated. But that's the thing. Are we, should we, should I enable the membership stuff? How about we go back to? I'll throw an idea out there. Monthly live shows. If you are a monthly subscriber at $9.99, we'll put it at $9.99. I'll have a live show every week. Would that be something that people would be interested in? $9.99 a month. I'll be here every Saturday. But those that don't pay the subscription, I'll be here, but once a month. Just kind of wondering, would that be interesting? $10 a month, you're in for every week live shows. You're not paying? Well, you'll have a live show. You'll have once a month. So that could be interesting, I think. So I'd pay. Okay. All right. Let me think about it. That's something I've been thinking about in the last couple of weeks, because YouTube has been bothering me with like, oh, come on, activate live subscriptions. And I was like, yeah, okay. I think that's not a bad, $10 a month, and I'm here every week. Why not? I think that could be cool. Yeah, but RJ Dakota, you wouldn't lose anything in the sense that you would still have the live show once a month free. I understand what you're saying. I mean, and I understand that it's not everybody that can be and such a deal. But you still have a once a month. The first Saturday in the month would always be, you know, the first Saturday in the month would always be free. So you always have a live show anyway. I'm not taking out live shows for anyone. I'm just giving extra live shows to whoever would be a monthly subscriber. You know, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how do we monetize something and not, I've always been very fair and I don't want to keep out most people, you know, and yet I think everybody would, no, the live streams would be only for those that are paid, not after. So, I think 9.99 is not a killer amount, you know. It's a question of I like doing this, but also at the same time, I got to live my life, and you got to find what's the level that we can find, what's the deal we can find that has a maximum of users here, without throwing out. Because that's what I don't want. Throw out people. I've been resisting a lot of these things because of I don't want to. I don't want to have some people out of the ring of what I do. You know. So Joseph, I would do a $9.99 a month. Okay. No, but Google Pay don't need a credit card, like Danny Shortwave says. Well, that's the thing, Andrew Galloway. That is the way to make money outside of YouTube. It it doesn't have to be just live shows. For $9.99 a month, I could not only do live shows every week, I could have content exclusive to the paid subscriber. So videos that only you guys will see, Well, I'll be on the air, GA Dakota. That is not my my idea. I don't want to get subscription only and forget it. I don't want to be that. But also I gotta live. So if I had Patreon for a while, Andrew Galloway, and I kind of don't like Patreon and the way it works, and a lot of people get messed up because Patreon is there's things that are complicated sometimes, and people get messed up. I got a guy that once, I get him in the morning and I see he's donated $1,000, and it's like, no, that can't be right. Something's wrong. You didn't choose the right option. Something. So I sent back the $1,000, and I said, so $1,000 got taken off your credit card, and I refunded the money because I don't think that's what you meant to do. And he was very grateful, but you know, um, so how do you do it, and what do I do that is interesting for people? But at the same time, how do I do it without making people feel they're pushed away from the content because they don't have the money for it? It's complex. It's very complex. For those of you that are on a YouTube membership, it's not complicated. Every time you watch my video, my live shows, there's a percentage of the money that comes to me. Then there's the ads. Problem with ads is that they're kind of a little diluted now, so it's less. Plus, how many people are using ad blockers and are not playing with the ad block to say, you know what, I don't want to see ads, but I will watch the ads of this content creator because I respect what he does. And that's a very more small percentage. And, when I see somebody tell me I have an ad blocker and I'm happy and I don't care, it's like, yeah, well, you should not even see anything on the internet because it gets me a little frustrated. I'm here and I'm here for 4 hours and 50 minutes right now. And understand me, I love what I do and I'm happy to be here. I wouldn't still be here if I wouldn't be happy. But it's almost 5 hours of my time. Should I be 5 hours at minimum wage or lower to make people happy? Or should I have 5 hours of decently paid time because you guys are enjoying this? You know what? I understand what I'm saying. That's the complex thing. A lot of people are under the impression that all of this should be free. It can't, because people spend their time giving you content you love. I don't want to blast anybody or be it's just understand that someone's spending 5 hours of his time on a Saturday night to entertain. I think it has to be decently paid. That's all. I don't talk about it too much because I know it's a sensitive issue. A lot of people are crazy when you talk about, oh, well, you just want to have money. It's like, I just want to do a living. Everybody works for a living. And when somebody tells me, oh, get a regular job, this is like a regular job. There's no such thing as a regular job. If you're 9 to 5 to something, you know what? Is it that normal job? Maybe not. Yeah, but you got to work. Exactly, Ricky. And we are in the same place where they see content, they enjoy what they see or what they read in newspapers, and for them it has to be free for some reason. Why should it be free? That's the thing. It's it's complex. It's complex, and that's where we have to do like, okay, where do we go? Where do I go from now? Justin, Tim Hortons, personally, I hate it. I hate everything at Tim Hortons. For some reason, it's big, and I guess there's no equivalent to it. That's why they're popular. Because honestly, I miss the donuts that were Dunkin' Donuts, which were a million times better than Tim Hortons. Danny says, I have 2-tier membership. Some pay as low as $2.99, some pay $6.99. Really does help in the channel. Only have 5 members, but it's a start. Yeah, we start somewhere. I mean, I look at your stuff, Danny, regularly because I'm curious as to, how you doing. Out of curiosity, it's always very interesting to, see how others around you. I look at about I don't know, a dozen different channels that are catering to about the same type of content I do. I just look at them regularly to see how they're doing, how it's going. Pizza reviews, Jim Farley. When I look at people that talk about fast food stuff and just have these crazy amount of viewers, I'm starting to think maybe I'm in the wrong place. We're going to do something about it for sure. John Doe, I get so many people that are annoyed if I talk about anything, how to support, that I've just stayed back for that. I just kind of, yeah. Well, Al, Google is the biggest advertising machine that exists. YouTube gives its creators a salary thanks to the fact that advertising exists. And when I look today, we have a choice. Remember when you watched TV back in the 90s or 80s? What happened? You watched the freaking ads all the time. Why? There was just no other way. And I will say it very frankly. When I see somebody telling me I'm tired of ads, yeah, well, you know what? All these big freaking companies are paying for you to have it free. Maybe you should just shut the fuck up. And that's the very, very honest opinion I have. All of these companies are giving you content, okay, free. You know what? Let's remove ads tomorrow morning. Nothing will be free. Even here, it'll cost you a fortune to be a member of the channel. YouTube will never be the same again. And even the TV channels you watch, I'm going to say, paid starting next month, you're going to pay if you want to watch us. Because it costs money to do stuff. And you know what? People need to be paid to do content. And you know what? And you will quote me here. I'm tired of fucking idiots. They're tired of ads because they get it free. Wait till you pay for it. Then you're going to be fucked out. That's what I say. Thank you. Let's move on to the next subject. So you guys want to go into old time radio stuff? How about we go into old station interval signals? You guys want to on that? How about it? Brian Weidenheimer, nice to have you here. Ad creates revenue, and revenue creates content. Don't forget. Like Andrew Galloway says, buy YouTube Premium. There you go. No ads, and content creators are paid. There you go. Okay. Let me just go here and check it out. So I will take requests of interval signals now. So if you have requests of interval signals, it's time to give me requests. The two first ones, like, Radio RSI, WBCQ, really, John Doe? Do they have an interval signal? Let me check it out. Anyways, Radio RSA first. I love Radio RSA also. So, okay, let's go here. Go to my favorite place. Intervalsignals.net. Man, that brings us back to shortwave radio back in the day right now. South Africa. Radio RSA Vintage. RSA Vintage. This one is multilingual English 77. Okay. Radio RSA. Hope you guys hear it. Just make sure that my yeah. Okay. Just let me know, guys, if it plays, because sometimes when I hear it here, it's not. Okay, John Doe, we'll have it. Downloads. Yeah. I remember that thing about yeah. So here it goes. Just let me know if it actually plays, okay, guys? Is it playing?
This is Radio RSA, the voice of South Africa from Johannesburg.
Wow. Brings me back in time.
6 hours, Greenwich Mean Time. 8 a.m. South African Time. A very good morning to you from the voice of South Africa, Radio RSA. Calling West Africa on 25790 kilohertz in the 11-meter band.
25790.
21535 kilohertz in the 13-meter band. And 17780 kilohertz in the 16-meter band.
Okay. Voice of America. Dixon, California is. Oh yeah, let me check what I have. Okay, let's check it out here. I'm gonna go to Voice of America. So United States of America. Oops. Yeah. And then we have government and military. Commercial. It's not commercial stations. Okay. Voice of America. Voice of America. Dixon. Yeah, it is here. Look at that. That's the Voice of America. I don't know that transmitter site. I remember in California there was the what was the other California? So Dixon. This is vintage 1977. That was before I started listening. Yeah, Delana.
This is the Voice of America, resuming its transmission from Dixon, California, on this frequency.
Yeah, that's it, Ricky. I was thinking of Delano. I actually have a QSL card from Delano transmitter site. Should have a radio station. Interval signal requests. A pirate station should do that. Interval signal requests. Okay. So, hey, Dixon. I didn't know that. I knew Delano, like Ricky said, but man, Dixon. Okay. Let's go and Radio Netherlands. What's that station? Anybody know what Radio Netherlands is all about? Netherlands. Netherlands. Here we go. Public, military, religious. Nope. Wow, what is that? Radio Netherlands. Oh, yeah, Netherlands. What's this? Public. Okay. Radio Netherlands. Hilversum. Radio Netherlands. Here we go. I got several of them. I'm going to play a couple. Okay. We're going to play the Bonaire Relay. Bonaire Relay, first of all.
This is the Dutch World Broadcasting System in Hilversum, Holland, with a relay transmission via Bonaire in the Netherlands Antilles, directed to New Zealand on a frequency of 11,730 kilohertz and a wavelength of 25.58 meters.
Bonaire. That was one of the transmitter sites. Let's try another one, which is Madagascar Relay, also from 73. So the Madagascar Relay has been there for a long time. I should read on the history of it.
Radio Nederland in Hilversum met een uitzending gerelayeerd via Tenerife, Madagaskar, bestemd voor het Midden-Oosten en het zuidelijk deel van Afrika. Golflengten 25,55 en 49,83 meter. Frequenties 11.740 en 6.020 kilohertz. Hier is Radio Nederland Wereldomroep in Hilversum met een relay-uitzending via Tananarive, Madagaskar. Deze uitzending is gericht op het Midden-Oosten en het zuidelijk deel van Afrika. Op frequenties van 740 en 6020 kilohertz. U kunt ons dagelijks horen van 17 uur tot 18 uur.
Take care, Andrew Galloway. So that was two different Radio Netherlands broadcast transmissions. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So, RGA Dakota, many times received broadcast on 25790. It's the only QSL I have of an 11 meter band frequency station. 25790. So cool. So cool. Okay. What else do we have in requests? Requests. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Oh, Africa #1 from Gabon. That's a good one. Let me check here. Africa #1. Do I have anything from them? I used to listen to them. You know, there was a interesting time. I had a lot of time at some time in the 90s when I had no job, and I had unemployment insurance. And I would listen to shortwave a lot back then. Africa Number One had a kind of horror story show, and they would have these stories every Monday or Tuesday afternoon, and I would listen to them all the time. But they were such amazing. They were written by African authors, and I still remember one where people were getting high on a beer, and at some point in the story, when it ends, they're showing that, like, the story says that they discovered that the beer is giving them a high because it's some kind of African elf pissing in the bottles that's giving that. And I'm like, huh. Well, that's a horror story from Africa. Okay. But I still remember that to this day. I mean, stories are stories, and it's just funny. But I remember Gabon, Africa numéro un. That was I'm speaking French, so Africa numéro un, Gabon was one of those stations I listened to a lot because of their French language programming. And they were strong. They had so many transmitters back then. So Gabon, Africa numéro un. There we go. Vintage. So there's one vintage. Let's do the last one. 2008. When did you leave shortwave? I started in 1981 one. Africa numéro un.
Vous êtes à l'écoute d'Africa numéro 1. Il est 5h58 dans le studio à Libreville, soit 4h58 heure GMT. Nos émissions reprennent. Elles se poursuivront jusqu'à ce soir 24 heures en
Good,
ondes
thanks,
françaises.
Shortwave Archive. Wow, 2013.
Vous nous recevez sur 4812 kHz, bande des 60 mètres,
That was
et
older than
modulation
that.
de fréquence sur 94 MHz 500.
So let's just do the one on 2008 to see the frequencies.
Africa numéro 1 107.5. Vous voulez commander le DVD d'Africa numéro 1 sans vous déplacer? Rendez-vous sur www.africa1.com. Africa numéro 1.
Bienvenue dans le cercle familial où chaque membre a son importance.
La radio africaine.
Africa1.com. Let me try that. AFRICA1.com. Nope. Connection is not secure. I don't know what that is, but today it doesn't work. So, okay, that's interesting. So I didn't think that they left so late. I thought they left way earlier than 2013 Shortwave Archive. Wow. I mean, NHK Radio Japan used the Africa number 1 transmitter site for years as a relay to Africa. Just crazy. Mini Bike Man. Nice to have you here. 69420 coming soon. So come on, guys. Let's tune it and see what Mini Bike Man has for us on 69420. Tuned. Okay. Let's check it out now. So Dixon, let's go down. Rhodesia Broadcasting. Oh man, Rhodesia Broadcasting. Does that still exist here? Our Rhodesia, is there Rhodesia login? There's no Rhodesia, so I'm gonna go to Botswana and see if there's a older broadcast. Botswana. Okay. I only got Radio Botswana stuff. And here's domestic. Radio Botswana 99. So it does give us the interval signal made by all the animals are human made. Ollie Hubbard, nice to have you here. We're listening to host stuff right now.
This is Radio Botswana broadcasting from Gaborone. Loreditse from Moasa Botswana mono Gaborone. Re ga tsama matshwao a 60 le 90 meters mo Shortwave ga go le maphakela mo maitseboeng. 49 le 60 meters ga go le motshegare. 971 kHz mo medium wave le 91 MHz mo leswan la FM go ba re tswa mo Gaborone le mo tikologong ya Gaborone ka dinako tsotlhe tsa kgaso ya rona.
There we go. So Radio Deutsche Welle, and somebody also asking for Germany, and it will give me time to go and pee at the same time because all that beer is kicking in. Germany and vintage, and we have Deutsche Welle. Thanks to Germany and Deutsche Welle to let me pronounce correctly, which is Deutsche Welle for I don't know anybody, but it's Deutsche Welle. It's like I like it. I like to pronounce it the way it should be. Thank you, Germany. Deutsche Welle. So Deutsche Welle, and somebody asked for a Berlin International. Actually, I have the final English broadcast from 1990 that will play quickly in there. So Deutsche Welle. So Antigua, they had an Antigua relay station in the Caribbean for North America. That one is also forgotten. I mean, Bonaire was popular with Netherlands, and there's AWR Bonaire, TWR Bonaire, Transworld Radio. But Antigua was not very popular. But that was the beginning of relays back in the day. So here we go. And I need to pee, so I will go. And hopefully. Oh, it's not very strong. Is there a better one? This one is really not very strong. Deutsche Welle, Kigali. This one's from Africa. Maybe it's going to be better. There we go. This sounds better. Radio Deutsche Welle.
La Deutsche Welle, station relais Kigali, Rwanda.
Hier ist die Deutsche Welle.
Ici la voix de l'Allemagne. De 15h15 à 16h15 GMT, nous émettons dans les bandes de 25 et 31 mètres sur 11 955 et 9 735 kHz. Vous allez entendre un programme en langue française destiné à l'Afrique et à Madagascar. Mesdames, Messieurs, bonjour. Micro Michel Greyline pour vous présenter FM 70 Gigamélissé.
Okay, so that was Deutsche Welle. WHRI. Wow. So U.S. broadcaster. United States, once again. You know what? Before that, let's do the Radio Berlin. It's going to be done because I'm already on the same page. Radio Berlin International. And just find the correct one. So Radio Berlin International, man, from the time when Germany was split. Here's the final English broadcast. It's in 1990 from Radio Berlin International. Yeah, Ricky. I mean, these stations could have relayed so many things throughout North America to give us a great signal.
You're tuned to Radio Berlin International, the voice of the German Democratic Republic, with a program of news, current affairs and features for listeners in Europe. Here begins with the news. First, the main points of the news. At the CSCE Foreign Ministers meeting in New York, the GDR has acknowledged the duty of Germans to help preserve peace. The GDR Parliament is meeting in Berlin today for the last time before the unification of the two German states. Britain has come out against permanent UN Security Council membership.
That is truly a piece of history.
The House of Representatives has called on President George Bush to concentrate on diplomacy and solving the Gulf crisis. And that's the end of the news.
He was the president at the time.
And that was the final news bulletin from the English section of Radio
Listen
Berlin
to him.
International.
He's not happy.
My name is Robin Mitchell, head of the English section, and I'm here to host this final program from the German Democratic Republic for you. At midnight tonight, my country, the German Democratic Republic, will cease to exist. Earlier this year, the two leading Christian Democrats of the two Germanys said, "No one will be worse off than before, once Germany is united." Well, I would like to point out two areas. One is that there are already more than 2 million people in this country who are out of a job and far worse off than before. And the second error is that there is no unification of two Germanys, but rather an annexation of the leftovers of 40 years of so-called socialism by the Big Brother. And that is exactly what has happened between Deutsche Welle of Cologne and Radio Berlin International. After much sweet talk about a fusion and merger on an equal footing, what is happening is that Radio Berlin International will disappear tonight, and that Deutsche Welle will have taken over our frequencies and our transmitters tomorrow. Out of a total staff of 250 RBI employees, a mere handful might get a new job with Deutsche Welle. But, like for so many in this country,
he's really not happy.
Day spelled unemployment for many of my colleagues. The champagne of jubilation has a very bitter taste to it. But let's turn to our final program.
That was a true communist.
First off, Wolfram Bierenstein will present his press review of the last GDR papers. Then, both the director of Radio Berlin International and Deutsche Welle will have the chance to put forward their positions. And we also decided to dip into our international mailbag for our final
in
program.
some way
But
also.
before Wolfram Bielenstein
Think
takes
about
over
being
for
on
his
the other
press
side.
review, Mixmaster Steve
And all of
has
that is
selected
just
the
being
music
shuffled
for you.
suddenly into something totally new. Uncertainty, not knowing where it's going. You know.
It's time to call it a day.
They're choosing these songs that are just like, yeah, you know, well, I'm sorry, but we're going. And this is Bitter Taste.
At this point in the program, I make way for the Director of Broadcasting of Radio Berlin International, Klaus Fischer.
Dear listeners, with the achievement of German unity, Radio Berlin International ceases broadcasting. The United Germany will in future have one external broadcasting service, which we hope will satisfy the growing worldwide interest in information about our country with good and interesting programs.
It did not, because Deutsche Welle just stopped its shortwave
this
broadcasting.
effort all
It's
the
a
best,
shitty place
and
now.
those of our colleagues
They
who will be
should have
taking part
continued
in it
English
will
and
do so
continued
with
broadcasting
full
to the
commitment.
world.
We know that we are bringing millions of listeners in more than 150 countries to the newly formed German unity, and we hope very much that they will continue to tune in to the German external service. Today, we would like to thank you for the great interest you have shown in our work and for your many expressions of personal friendship and fondness. The dialogue with you over our frequencies, always more a pleasure than an arduous duty, has exerted a lasting influence on our staff and contributed to a better understanding and grasp of your questions and problems. It was not always possible in the past to respond to them as openly and honestly as during the past few months. It was all the more pleasant and encouraging, therefore, that you showed an increased
You
interest
guys are okay
in
with listening
broadcast
to all of it?
after the political
Not much
changes,
left.
the peaceful
But I enjoy
revolution
this.
in the eastern part of
It's
Germany.
such a change, and
Now unity has been achieved, and the future road has been staked.
we all live. A lot of us
The
live
United
through this,
Germany is
through
committed to
shortwave.
peaceful role in Europe and the whole world. It is committed to present-day borders and to disarmament. Neither chemical nor nuclear weapons are to have a place on its territory. Owing to its economic strength, Germany can and should be a good partner to the countries of the Third World. Its free and democratic system and the social market economy are to guarantee all German citizens a dignified and secure life. We look forward to this with great hope. Now, on behalf of the entire staff of Radio Berlin International, I would like to say a cordial goodbye to you and add my own best wishes for the future.
Those were thoughts expressed by Klaus Fischer, Director of Broadcasting of Radio Berlin International.
I mean, it was a big time. It was a big change. The end by the Doors. It had to be.
Here we are at the end, not only of this transmission, but of Radio Berlin International. Neither our station nor the German Democratic Republic will disappear into the folds of history too soon. The memories of the good and the bad sides will remain in our hearts here in Berlin, and maybe with you, our listeners. It's time to say farewell. So from me, Robin Mitchell, and the staff of the English section, it's take care and good luck.
This is the end.
This is the end.
Farewell, my friend, the end. This is the end. My only friend, the end. Yeah, it's the end of the German Democratic, and that's what I like of all these countries. Democratic is always part of their name. So it's like I'm the Democratic whatever of North Korea. Yeah, this is the end. Never left you home again. So that was the last transmission of Radio Berlin back then. And it is strange because for all of us that did live through that and listen to Radio Berlin as regular transmission before the wall fell, I mean, it's a big thing. It's pretty amazing, So let's see here. I have to go back up and see what people want. And there, Denmark, Radio Denmark. Radio Denmark. That was never an English station except in the end. Denmark. D, Denmark. Here we go. Radio Denmark. And external. Here we go. 2002. So here we go. We're going to do one here. Radio Denmark.
Til Radio Danmark. You're listening to Radio Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark. I lytter til Radio Danmark. You're listening to Radio Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark.
Then we have...
I lytter til Radio Danmark. You're listening to Radio Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark.
Then we have Norway. I like Radio Norway. I always found it weird that the station broadcasts only on Sundays in English, but I love to listen to Radio Denmark. Radio Norway, sorry. Just saying. There we go. Radio Norway International. Let's go for it.
Dette Norge. This is Radio Norway International. Dette Norge. Etter en halvtimes program på engelsk sender vi søndagens gudstjeneste. This is Radio Norway International broadcasting to the Far East and New Zealand on 15.225 MHz, to Australia on 17.81 and to Europe on 9.59 MHz.
Okay. Democratic Republic of Congo has both Democrat and Republic. Huh. Okay, let's check that out. DPRK, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Yeah. Korea. I'm gonna show you before we go through it. One of the first interval signals that I listened to was South Korea. And I remember 15575, which is still today a frequency, was a frequency in 1984. And I could hear the English broadcast on my Realistic or Radio Shack DX302. And I want to listen to it because in my summer vacation of school, there's something about it that just today still, and I still remember receiving my first QSL card from South Korea, and I was just so amazed with that envelope with the little strings, like two little rolls, and you have a string that goes onto the envelope. Boy, that just made me. So I want to listen to this because it brings me back so much into the day of my summer vacation. Still interval signal today. Still the same.
여기는 서울에서 보내드리는 KBS 월드 라디오 국제 방송입니다.
Today's KBS World Radio. It was
KBS World Radio.
Back in the day.
Coming to you from Seoul, the capital of the Republic of
Back
Korea.
in the day, it was Radio Korea. Before the North changed. Oh, I got that one, 1989 games, Kev Michael. I got it too. Hey, Rick, VA3ZYW. Nice to have you here. Holden 190. Nice to have you here. And that brings me back in time.
This is KBS World Radio, the overseas service of the Korean Broadcasting System, coming to you from Seoul, the capital of the Republic of Korea. We now begin today's English broadcast on KBS World Radio.
Kev Michael.